The outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley, he didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out, Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
"2016 was again the hottest year on record.
and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's energy independence executive order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. leak and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits at different wavelengths. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something. You have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle, and it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes. You can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched. You have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of like predominantly Asian artists, really like making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but like for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. Like, to be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would like take pisses here, you know what I mean? Like, it was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and like just the shit that he was saying, like the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't. And he came up with Dat Stick like 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it. But the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just like everything about it, man. Just like, it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Shiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets like super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Shiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Shiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
12 in the morning, pop shells for the living in.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me, that was dope.
It's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it. Like, next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and, what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for, an independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. Yeah, I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers' touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it.
Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs.?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of them. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for fifth generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there, not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不開心的一些新聞。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて、初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer. But humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up.
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in the laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars. In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Our world is changing. Every day, it changes a little faster. Some changes are too small to see. Others, too big to handle. Sometimes, change feels slow. So slow, we don't even notice. Other times, it happens all at once, and we can't keep up. For our climate, change means many things. And between too small to see and too big to handle, there is a whole world of difference. The clock is ticking. This is Bloomberg Green.
Saving the seas. This week, the deep-sea diver who stopped writing the ocean's obituary to find a solution. Enric Sala tells us why the next 10 years matter most. And globalization needs to get greener. Shipping accounts for nearly an eighth of all transport emissions. How can the industry clean up its act? Plus, protecting coastlines comes at a huge environmental cost. But one Israeli startup found a way to keep the sea out and the animals in. From London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green. After more than a decade of studying the ocean as an academic, Enric Sala realized he was writing the ocean's obituary. He quit his job and became a full-time conservationist. As an in-house explorer for National Geographic, he's clocked more than 5,000 open water dives. He's also founded Pristine Seas, a project that combines exploration, research, and media to lobby countries to protect their oceans. To date, it has helped create marine reserves equivalent to half the size of Canada. I spoke to him about his mission and why it's so urgent.
The state of the world's oceans is really bad. We have lost 90% of the large fish in the ocean. Sharks, groupers, cod, tuna. More than half of the fish stocks are overfished, which means that we are taking them out of the water faster than they can reproduce. More than half of the ocean is affected by industrial fishing, and global warming is killing coral reefs all around the world. The ocean is in a trajectory of decline.
Can you just visualize for our viewers who never get to see the kind of things you are able to see, what an ocean and healthy ecosystem looks like versus one that's next to a bustling economic and industrialized area?
Coral reefs in the United States, in the Florida Keys, are down to only 2% of what they used to be. Before, 80 to 90% of the bottom on a coral reef in the Caribbean was covered by live coral. Now, Florida Keys have only 2%. The average in the Caribbean is about 5% of the bottom covered by live coral. The rest is covered by slime and seaweed. And most of the fish you can see are this big. And it is very, very rare that if you jump into any place in the Caribbean at random, you see a shark. It's very, very rare. Now, let's go to Millennium Atoll, for example. An atoll that is uninhabited and fished south of the equator in the Central Pacific, belongs to the Republic of Kiribati. 2009, we conducted the first underwater expedition to this island, and I still remember the first time. Jumped over the side of the boat, and as soon as the bubbles cleared, I was surrounded by 15 gray reef sharks. After a couple minutes, the sharks decided that we were boring, and they went back to do their thing. And you look down, 90% of the seafloor is covered by thriving coral, and it's full of fish, and a sea turtle comes by. Now, this abundance that we rarely see anywhere except in well-managed marine reserves. This is what the ocean used to be like, and this is what we have learned from going to these pristine places.
And you write in your book that you're writing the obituary of ocean life. What's the cure?
The cure is doing less harm. Basically, there are three things that we are doing to the ocean. One is we are taking fish out of the water faster than they can reproduce. Two, we are turning the ocean warmer and more acidic because of man-made climate change. And three, we are throwing in everything that we don't want, our waste and our plastic. We need basically to reverse these trends.
Does this mean that a lot of this falls to governments and their policies?
That's a big part of it, because it is governments that regulate fishing and mineral extraction and oil extraction. It is governments that have the legal authority to create large marine reserves in the ocean. But also, local communities have an important role to play because some of the most successful protected areas in the ocean are community-led and community-managed marine reserves. So when the fish come back, the divers come in. And that creates huge economic opportunities through ecotourism. These areas that are managed by communities are very successful because the communities have a vested interest in having as many fish as possible inside them so they can enjoy the benefits.
What from the pandemic has changed your view when it comes to protection of the environment?
Nature has given us a very strong signal of how fast it can recover if we just give it space. Everybody was fascinated by all these videos of the whales and the dolphins coming into marinas and mountain lions on the streets of Santiago in Chile, wild goats in the UK. Nature has this extraordinary ability to bounce back if we just give it space. This is why we need to protect at least 30% of the planet by 2030.
How do healthy marine ecosystems help in the fight against climate change, though?
Most people see the ocean as a victim of climate change. But the ocean can also be a solution because we know that the more life there is in the ocean, like big fish and big whales, the more these organisms help to make the ocean productive and absorb more CO2. The kelp forest, seagrass beds, all of these are important ecosystems in the ocean that are similar to the forests on the land that capture a lot of our carbon pollutions.
What are you most excited about in your field?
We have 10 years to fix this problem. Global fisheries catch is going down, stocks are collapsing. Business as usual means that by 2050, 90% of the coral reefs are gone, that most commercial fisheries have collapsed. That affects food security, that affects a migration of people. We have 10 years to get to peak greenhouse gas emissions and then go carbon neutral by 2050. And we have 10 years to protect at least 30% of the ocean so we can restore much of this health and productivity, not just for saving biodiversity, but also saving our life support system. We are not talking about something that is apart from us. We are not apart from nature. We are a part of nature. So these 10 years are probably the most critical in the history of humanity.
The most accurate measurements of changing oceans will come from space. While Enric Sala explores what lies beneath, a new satellite is giving us data from above.
We'll learn more about our oceans and climate change, but from space. A new satellite's been launched from California. Its mission, track the accelerating rise of sea levels.
Well, the main instruments on board include a dual-frequency radar altimeter. And this is the primary instrument of the mission, and that's the one that's measuring sea surface height, significant wave height, and wind speed over the ocean. And from those measurements, we can actually have the superb measurements that we expect of sea level rise.
Data gathered from Sentinel-6 will be used alongside information from other satellites to build as complete a picture of the oceans as possible.
With a long record, we can precisely measure the acceleration. We eventually can detect new regime, tipping points. For example, if there is a runaway in the melting of Greenland or Antarctica, sea level will record this runaway change because it is an integrator of all changes that are occurring in the climate system. So we will be able to see some change, big change in the global climate.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration expects that sea level rise will increasingly threaten U.S. coastlines. One example, the southern tip of Manhattan is expected to flood 20 to 40 times a year by 2030.
11 of the 15 largest megacities are located at the coast, and this number will double. The number of people living in coastal area will double by 2060. So, knowing how much sea level is rising at the coast and how much it will rise in the future in coastal areas is as obvious. It's obviously a major goal for human beings.
Coming up, from sales to steam to oil, the shipping industry is no stranger to change. But how will it navigate the next transition? This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's European headquarters in London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. Now, for your roundup of this week's latest climate news, Jennifer Zabazaja has your Green in Brief.
Here's the climate news you need to know. Deforestation of the world's largest rainforest has hit a 12-year high. More than 4,000 square miles of the Amazon rainforest was destroyed in 2020. That's a 9.5% increase from a year earlier. Government data shows that destruction has soared since President Jair Bolsonaro took office and weakened environmental enforcement. The Amazon is home to millions of species and plants and is critical in the fight against climate change. Bitcoin is hitting all-time highs, but at what cost to the environment? The cryptocurrency is energy intensive, and there are concerns if it becomes mainstream. According to MIT, back in 2018, Bitcoin's carbon footprint was almost as big as Portugal's. Want to get better at tackling climate change? We'll hire more women. That's according to Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Firms with 30% or more women in top jobs tend to perform better when it comes to the environment and are more likely to set clear climate goals. Shopping online is more popular than ever now, but the price of convenience is measured in CO2, and more deliveries means more fuel burned and more packaging wasted. So what can companies do? Well, many are becoming more efficient and sourcing more clean energy for their data centers and warehouses. And England's farmers will be paid to go green after Brexit. As European subsidies are phased out, they'll get new money to encourage them to produce healthy, sustainable food. Poor farming practices are one of the leading drivers of water pollution and the loss of biodiversity. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in New York. Anne-Marie, back to you.
The shipping industry is more than just the grease on the wheels of globalization. It's its chief enabler. 11 billion tons of goods are transported by ship each year, the biggest contributors being 2 billion tons of oil, 1 billion tons of iron ore, and 350 million tons of grain. According to the International Chamber of Shipping, 80% of Europe's imports and exports happen over the seas. And for such a vast industry, it also contributes its fair share of emissions. Shipping makes up 12% of global transport energy consumption. So how does it clean up its act? Earlier, I caught up with Bloomberg Green reporter Laura Milan about just how big of a challenge this is going to be for the industry.
One of the main issues is size. So about 90% of the world's cargo is moved by ships. So obviously changing such a huge industry is not going to be fast, and it's not going to be easy. The second issue has to do with technology. So ships obviously travel for many days at sea. It's not as easy for them to refuel as it would be for a car, for example, going on a road. And the sector still hasn't found a technology that's economically viable and that's zero emissions, and equivalent to the electric batteries for cars, for example.
But actions are being put in place to make the industry a bit more environmentally friendly. Walk us through those steps that they're taking.
That's it. So there's a first step that would involve using low emission fuels or biofuels that would significantly reduce the existing emissions. And then at a regulatory level, when it comes to the policy and the governments, there are steps being made as well. I would say that the most significant ones come from the European Union, which started to track emissions a few years ago and is now looking to include shipping emissions in the emissions trading system. So that would significantly reduce and help calculate the emissions from the shipping industry. Now, China is taking similar steps. So at the moment, regions need to report shipping emissions to the central government. And finally, we have the International Maritime Organization with a pledge to reduce shipping emissions by 50% in 2050. Now, we must say that that pledge has been considered insufficient by environmental groups, but at least some steps are being taken.
So to get to 2050, the industry obviously is going to need to start tapping some new technologies. What new technologies are you seeing being introduced into the shipping industry?
So we have seen pilot technologies being developed for years now, but what's interesting about this current moment is that we're seeing big players invest in these technologies that are not yet economically viable, but that one day might be. So for example, we are seeing earlier this year, the world's largest agricultural commodities trader, Cargill, saying they will invest in attaching sails to their ships so they can make any technology that they run their ships on more efficient. Similarly, we have seen a spin-off of Airbus, the aeronautics company, developing a similar application with kites. We have been following also developments in hydrogen. So at the moment, hydrogen fuel seems like a good option, a possible option when it has been developed and when it becomes economically viable. And we have Vestas, for example, the world's largest turbine maker, developing some ships that will be able to run on hydrogen in the near future.
Coming up, rising sea levels means humans need to get creative when it comes to coastal defenses. But how do we protect both ourselves and the environment? One Israeli startup may have the answer. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg Green. In London, I'm Anne-Marie Hordern. This is Bloomberg Green. After water, what's the resource that humans use the most? It's concrete, 3 tons a year for every person on the planet. And engineers estimate it's used twice as much as all other building materials combined. And it comes with a huge environmental cost. Concrete, not just in cities, it's a common feature on our coastlines too. And that's taking a toll on biodiversity. But one Israeli startup has found a way of making sea defenses stronger and encouraging life to thrive.
If you take a look at concrete structures like breakwaters or seawalls, the water around them is often clear. That's not actually a good thing, because it means there's no life. Marine species are actually most abundant in coastal areas, but it's also where us humans prefer to live too. So when we build here, we drive away marine life.
The concrete in the marine world has a lot of additives, a lot of chemicals, and some of those materials are actually leaching out, and they're actually prohibiting marine life to thrive. If we keep developing without any regards to natural communities, there is a tilting point from which beyond we cannot really go back.
In the coastal city of Tel Aviv, an Israeli startup wants to revolutionize our urban coastlines. Their sea defenses are transforming lifeless man-made structures into teeming ecosystems. They do this by replacing standard concrete with their own special cement formulas.
As opposed to regular cement-based concrete, e-concrete includes certain elements that enhance the growth of marine flora and fauna of plants and animals. Our admix, which is kind of our secret sauce, is basically kind of sealing the concrete, making it less aggressive for the marine environment. That once we add it, we enable life to flourish.
In the lab, the team run tests to identify what mixes will work best for marine life.
So we take really ice cube size concrete slabs of different compositions, and we put larvae, 20, 30, 50. We need to have a lot of replicates. We're geeky scientists, so we have to have a lot of replication and controls. And then within a few days or just a few weeks, we can get an answer on their preference. So obviously if they die, they have a very low tolerance to that specific concrete mix design. And if they thrive or they flourish, we can quantify that very quickly.
E-concrete says it typically sees double the biodiversity of regular grey concrete. From fish and sea caterpillars on their armour blocks to crabs on these tidal pools that sit on the shoreline.
This unit holds water during the low tide, so it's always moist, and therefore it has a very comfortable habitat for crabs and sea anemones and sea stars, etc. These pools have been here for less than 3 months, and this is already what you can see. It's covered with life. See the rock around it, which has been here for probably 10, 20, maybe even more years, only has a thin layer of green algae, and that's it.
As well as the composition of the cement mix, E-concrete designs its products specifically to the marine environment it will be deployed, to create niches for endangered species, or to develop nurseries like these oyster beds. The final part of the equation is creating complex surface textures to mimic natural rock or coral, an environment that helps anchor young organisms.
When concrete elements are being cast, the typical goal is to have a very slick surface, very, very smooth. The idea is to get the water to flow right across it. When we're designing e-concrete with a rough surface, we want to do the complete opposite. We want to slow the water when they are crossing the structure so that the larvae can actually adhere and attach to the surface.
E-concrete has to offer its clients more than just ecological credentials. Over time, they've discovered that creating hospitable habitats for marine life adds another advantage, one that is surely hard to ignore.
We've seen evidence to the fact that the growth of the organisms on the concrete create kind of a layer of defense. Just the addition of weight, we can actually gain stability and strength over time.
This is let's say the unit when we put it in the water. And this is after a year in the water. And what you can see here is all the oysters are completely covering it. We designed the units so they can withstand the forces and perform in terms of structural performance, but they can also be a backbone for ecological enhancement.
The company tests its miniature designs in tanks full of real seawater, rocks, plants, and animal life from around the world.
What we're looking for is the accumulation of calcium carbonate on the surface of the concrete of different mixes and different designs. This is the process that we call it biogenic buildup. So with time, we get a buildup of calcium carbonate that is sourced from marine organisms on the surface of the concrete. And we actually encapsulate the concrete with a natural rock. So when the organism die, in the case of a coral, it will die, and then another coral will sit on it, and that's how a reef is growing.
The hope that our man-made structures could become stronger over time also means better economics.
The units require less maintenance and could therefore stay in the water for longer. E-concrete, though, is just a few years old, so it needs more time to really quantify the longevity of its products. But the company are certain their products are better for the environment, and not just in terms of improving biodiversity.
We're kind of trying to offset some of that immense carbon footprint of the concrete industry.
Construction is responsible for about 11% of global carbon emissions. By adding a biological crust to their products, e-concrete prevents some CO2 from being released into the atmosphere.
For every kilogram of calcium carbonate being created by those marine organisms, we're offsetting 120 grams of CO2. So think about building a port infrastructure or a city waterfront that is an active carbon sink. I think that's a great advantage of the technology.
That does it for this week, but let's keep the conversation going on Twitter. Follow us at Climate. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern, and this is Bloomberg Green.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks on track for another record. Treasury yields are tumbling. Technology and retail shares driving gains in the S&P 500. Right now, we've got the S&P up 15, up 0.3%. The Dow down 111, slumping 0.3%. NASDAQ up 140, higher by 0.9%. Both the S&P and NASDAQ are at records. 10-year yield right now 1.51%. So the Federal Reserve is behind us. Traders and investors are looking ahead to tomorrow morning's jobs report. As for the Fed and the inflation outlook, Emily Rowland is strategist at JH Investments.
Look, I think the one thing to kind of think about here is central bankers have been wanting inflation for over a decade. So I wonder if Jay Powell's sitting there thinking, well, be careful for what you wish for, because we just found out how to generate inflation. You pump the economy with $10 trillion in fiscal stimulus, and then we're off to the races.
Qualcomm shares off to the races today after forecasting stronger earnings than analysts expected. Qualcomm shares up now by 13.5%. Moderna heading the other direction. It jolted the market with sales and earnings that badly missed analyst estimates. Moderna down now by 18.45%. New York City Mayor-elect Eric Adams says he'll be taking his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin when he takes over City Hall in January. On Twitter, Adams said, quote, New York City is going to be the center of the cryptocurrency industry and other fast-growing, innovative industries. Right now, Bitcoin is down 3.1%, 60,838 on Bitcoin. Spot gold up 1.4%, 17.93 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%. Among the names reporting after the closing bell today, Airbnb and Uber. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Good afternoon to our audience on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. It's Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday, November 4th, 2021. I'm Tim Stenovic. Carol Masser is off today. And joining me this afternoon is Bloomberg News' Katie Greifeld, also my co-host of Quick Take Stock. It airs each and every day at noon Eastern Time on Quick Take. Katie, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well. You know, we're spending a lot of time together today talking about crypto, so it's a good day.
Yeah, our bosses are making us spend time together, right? You're not doing it voluntarily. Well, another day, another record for the S&P 500. We are still smack dab in the middle of earnings season. We're expecting Expedia, Uber, Airbnb, Peloton, Pinterest, and more after the closing bell today. On the program today, Eric Schmidt, the former chairman and CEO of Google. He's got a new book out. It's all about AI and our future. We're also going to hear from billionaire Michael Saylor, the CEO of MicroStrategy. He's all in on Bitcoin. You spoke to him a little earlier in the day.
I did. And you know who else is all in on Bitcoin? NYC Mayor-elect Eric Adams.
That's
Can't wait to get to that.
A lot to get to. This week's Bloomberg Business Week cover story, 23andMe wants to use its customers' genetic data to beat cancer. Also, a check on real estate. The CEO of Invitation Homes joining us a little bit later. First up, though, let's get to the Market Drivers Report. And with us now in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, it is a party on this Friday's Eve. Dave Wilson is stocks editor at Bloomberg News. He's with us right now. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent at Bloomberg News, also joining us here in the city, in New York City. Dave Wilson, what do you have your eye on? First of all, welcome back. This is the first time you've been on Bloomberg Business Week this week, and it's been lonely without you.
Well, what can I say? I'm glad to be here.
Okay, so what do you have your eye on in the markets today?
You know, what jumps out at me, it's one of those days when if you look at the indexes, you don't really get a sense of the story. I say that because the S&P 500, while it's been higher all day, has only been, as much as about 0.5% higher. So you figure it's kind of stuck in a range. And then you go through and you look at the individual stocks. You see 9 of them have moved more than 10%. So there's a whole lot of volatility in the shares that isn't being reflected in the indexes. And if you want to know where that volatility is coming from, a lot of that is out of semiconductors. Qualcomm up 13.5% after its results. NVIDIA up 14%. Wells Fargo talking about the opportunities for that company as, Facebook, or should I call it Meta Platforms?
I think you should call it Meta now.
Okay. Whichever, that company, Microsoft, and others work on the metaverse. And now on the flip side, you've got Qorvo, which is down 14% after its results late yesterday. They're having issues trying to, sell their chips for smartphones because of all the supply chain snags and everything else that is affecting the broader smartphone industry. So that stock taking a beating. NVIDIA and Qualcomm, though, definitely helping to lead the gains here.
So hard to get a story out of the index level. I want to talk about the story with the jobs market, though, because we have a big report coming out tomorrow, the October employment report. Mike McKee, walking through the data this week, we had a big beat on ADP, slightly better than expected jobless claims this morning. How much should we read into that as we head into tomorrow morning?
Unfortunately, as Jay Powell kind of made clear yesterday, it's hard to read a whole lot with any certainty into these numbers because we've not been in this situation before. The models don't work, and everybody thought once we got to September, schools open, moms could go back to work, the unemployment checks stop, and people go back to work, and that didn't happen in September. So maybe it happens in October. That's the bet of the Wall Street analysts who are forecasting 450,000 jobs. And as Powell noted, we're not going to get the million jobs at a time that we got last summer. But if we got 450 to 500, 600,000 a month, we would close the gap pretty quickly.
Does any number that we get tomorrow, Michael, below a certain threshold, does it make the Fed rethink everything we heard yesterday from Jay Powell?
I don't think so, because they know that QE is not solving the problem. The fact that interest rates are extremely low and real rates are negative is not going to get anybody to go back and look for a job. It may create demand, but that's not an issue right now in the economy. So they can go ahead and taper. The question is the market perception of when they would start raising rates, and that could be affected by the numbers tomorrow.
And I mean, turning back to the stock market, we obviously see bond yields moving lower in the wake of yesterday's meeting. You see that taking a bite out of financials. Also caught my eye that if you look at the Dow, it's definitely underperforming today, down 0.4%. I mean, Dave, what do you make of that? Is that just another hard to get a story out of this, more about the individual stocks?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way it looks. I mean, since you mentioned the Dow, we should note the best performer on the day in that average is Merck. And, you know, they got the first approval for their COVID-19 antiviral pill out of the UK. So things are looking positive on that front. And in part, it explains what's going on with the makers of the COVID-19 vaccines. And then, of course, there was the disappointment out of Moderna and those shares being down 19%. You'll just look across the board at companies that are in that business in one way or another, and they're all taking hits.
Yeah, also keep an eye on shares of Penn National following a report from Business Insider about the founder of Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy, down more than 22%, Dave.
Well, that's what happens when you sort of tie your brand, in a sense, to a person, and then, you know, there were issues raised about that person. And, you know, without getting into any detail, the Insider report does kind of look at Dave Portnoy and his character. And don't forget, Penn National Gaming owns a 30% stake in Barstool Sports.
All right, a very good point. Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News, and Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent. Guys, thank you so much for joining us live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It's time now for the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot, brought to you by GEP. GEP helps businesses transform supply chains with strategy, managed services, and AI-based cloud-native software. You can learn more at GEP.com. Today's number is 147 million. Norway's largest pension company sold holdings totaling $147 million in companies including Raytheon and Rolls-Royce due to their links to unconventional weapons such as nuclear armaments. KLP divested about $123 million in shares and $24 million in bonds in 14 weapons companies, the public sector pension provider said in a statement. Let's now get a check on the latest world and national news with Denise Pellegrini in the 1130 newsroom in New York.
Hey there, Tim. Well, transition plans are underway for New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. AP has declared him the winner over his GOP opponent, Jack Ciattarelli, in the governor's race there. And in Virginia, Republican Governor-elect Glenn Youngkin has been meeting with outgoing Democratic Governor Ralph Northam. That's after Youngkin's upset victory over Democrat Terry McAuliffe there. There could be a vote in the House on the Build Back Better social agenda this week. Sources say Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker, told lawmakers if the votes are there, a vote could be scheduled tonight. But the legislation, as you know, has run into snags with moderate Democrats. Pelosi says lawmakers, well, they're still talking.
We'll keep you informed. Stay tuned.
Meantime, a congressional analysis today showing the bill would raise $1.5 trillion in tax revenue. But as you know, moderate Senator Jack Manchin of West Virginia has been against certain tax increases. An independent testing lab has filed a petition with the FDA with some alarming data about body sprays. Bloomberg's Amy Morris explains what's happening there.
Researchers at Valisure tested 108 batches of underarm antiperspirant and deodorant sprays and detected benzene in 59 batches, with the highest levels in Old Spice and Secret. The sprays are the latest in a string of aerosol products found to contain the cancer-causing chemical, including sunscreens and antifungals. Velisher also found some spray products that didn't contain any detectable benzene, including a deodorant from Sanofi's Gold Bond and antiperspirants from Unilever's Axe and Degree.
And the mayor-elect of the Big Apple says he'll take his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin, as we've been talking about. And, Eric Adams told us yesterday he wants to turn New York City into a crypto-friendly city and that he wants to explore a NYC coin similar to Miami's.
Thank you so much for that update, Denise. Tim Stedevec and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio here in New York. A couple of virus stories that caught our attention and among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. Katie, U.S. authorities issuing a federal rule mandating that COVID-19 vaccinations or at least weekly testing for workers at U.S. companies with 100 or more employees. Workers must be fully vaccinated by January 4th or submit to testing. We have seen this play out here in New York City with the city making that requirement for city employees, and we saw protests about that this week and last. But increasingly, we're seeing this happen at big companies even before this goes into effect by the U.S. government.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see what the fallout looks like, especially in other parts of the country, not just in New York City. But going back to New York City, you do have some interesting news from Mayor Bill de Blasio. He said in a briefing today that the city will begin offering shots for 5 to 11-year-olds at city-run sites, and kids are eligible for a $100 incentive, which doesn't seem too bad.
It doesn't seem too bad. I think there are certainly, at least in the beginning, a lot of parents, and we're going to talk about this in a few minutes, asking questions about, okay, when do I want to get my kid the shot? Do I want to get my kid the shot given? And I've talked to some parents who feel this way, given the risks that my kid has. I will certainly say my own opinion is that if my child, who's not yet 5 years old, he can't get it, but when it does become available to him, I'm excited to get it for him so we can get back to doing things like flying and visiting relatives.
Yeah.
But I wonder how the incentives will play out and if other cities will start to look at doing similar things in order to provide an incentive for kids to get.
Also, de Blasio, he was asked, will schools be able to drop their mask requirements? That's a big question, even at companies, too. He said that out of an abundance of caution, still the masks will stay in place in the short term. So will be interesting to see how that plays out if, a lot of these kids actually are vaccinated.
Look, we're still seeing that at offices where people are vaccinated. They're still wearing masks as a result of concerns about breakthrough infections. This is Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are trading mixed. The Dow making a run for the worst level of the day right now, down 144 points, down 0.4%, while the S&P and NASDAQ are both at records. The S&P up 11 right now, up by 0.2%. NASDAQ, the NASDAQ Composite Index, up 126 points now, up 0.8%. NASDAQ 100 Index at a record up 1.3%, but trading on the minus side. Russell 2000 down now by 0.2%. 10-year yield 1.51%. 10 years up 24.30 seconds. Spot gold up 1.3%, $17.93 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $79.11 a barrel. Traders are paring their bets on the pace of tightening by the Federal Reserve. Stocks so on track for another record. Technology and retail shares driving gains in the S&P 500. Apple says it will drop its mask requirement for customers at many of its American retail stores beginning tomorrow on declining COVID-19 cases and increased vaccinations. The mandate will be removed at stores in states including California, Florida, Arizona, New York, Louisiana, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Apple shares right now, Apple is down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Tim Stenevec and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie, you and I were talking just a few minutes ago about this $100 incentive that Mayor Bill de Blasio is offering parents of students, I should say, 5 to 11-year-olds, Thursday at city-run sites where kids are eligible to get their shots.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're moving forward with an incentive, because there's a lot of opinions on both sides about whether to vaccinate children, and it's interesting to see them taking the carrot approach.
What about the incentive about mental health? Because that's something that our next guest has a lot to talk about. Dr. Tamar Mendelsohn is director of the Center for Adolescent Health at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Dr. Mendelsohn, it's great to have you on the program. Can you talk a little bit about the connection between mental health and where we are in the pandemic, especially among the youngest and I would say, argue, among the most vulnerable people in our society?
Yeah, well, hello, and thank you for having me. So clearly the pandemic has been a time of incredible stress for families, and that includes young people. We see in the data that rates of depression and anxiety and suicide have increased for young people during the COVID pandemic. So this is terrific news that we have this vaccine that's now going to be available for kids between the ages of 5 and 11, and that's around 28 million American children. So the hope now is that this vaccine can help us with more of a return to normalcy, can help reduce parent stress, and allow young people to have more in-person interactions with family and friends. And hopefully that will help everybody's mental health.
And I'm curious, where do you think this has to come from? Because obviously Tim and I have been talking about the fact that New York City is offering that $100 incentive to get kids vaccinated. I mean, would you expect to see more of those types of bonuses or incentives rolled out across the country as, we try to improve vaccination rates among younger people?
I think working to improve vaccine uptake for parents and, sort of getting parents confident and comfortable vaccinating their children is a really, really important thing. And I think a lot of us have been bombarded on social media with all kinds of misinformation. So people are confused. They're not maybe sure that they have all the right information. And so I think it's really important for us to do the outreach, to do the work, to answer questions and bust myths so that, parents feel confident.
What's the right way to do that? Because I shared this story last week, but I'll share it again for those who weren't listening. I was at the doctor speaking to a healthcare provider last week. And we were just making small talk because I was about to get my blood drawn, which is something I just cannot stand to happen. And she was saying that she has kids who are between the ages of 5 and 11. I said, oh, you're so lucky because they'll be able to get vaccinated soon. And she told me, and this is someone who works at a hospital, oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait. What would you say to her?
So obviously it's a parent's personal decision, but all the data and all the infectious disease experts that I've interacted with have really highlighted the incredible benefits that the vaccine has to offer. And really, I'd be much more nervous as a parent not getting my child vaccinated.
And so, Dr. Mendelsohn, I want to talk more about the mental health aspect of this and child and adolescent mental health. In terms of, how obviously the pandemic has taken a toll on all of us mental health wise, but, particularly those young people. And I'm curious, to your point that getting vaccinated, the return to normal, that could improve mental health. Walk us through that link. Is that just because, we'll be able to go out and socialize more?
I think it can really reduce some of the stress that is affecting families because parents may be vaccinated while children below the age of 12 are not vaccinated. And this can create some anxiety around what kind of family gatherings can we have for the holidays? How can I protect my children while still living life and trying to return to normal in some way? So I definitely think the vaccination can help families have that extra confidence. I also think that the more we can return to a semblance of normalcy across the board at schools and so forth, the more that children and teenagers can kind of get back to the business of their development and focus on, socializing and growing emotionally and the things that really they need to do at this age.
Dr. Mendelsohn, my son was 14 months when the pandemic hit. He's almost 3 now. He thinks everything is hand sanitizer and he knows how to put on a mask. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is like a pandemic baby. These are going to be his earliest memories. What are long-term thoughts on that, just in the last 30 seconds that we have?
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of shared generational experience with this pandemic. I do think young people are incredible and resilient and, they are going to be fine, but many young people have coped with serious trauma like losing a parent. So for those young people, we really do need to make sure that they have the mental health and emotional supports that they need to thrive.
Dr. Tamar Mendelsohn, director of the
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenevec and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. It's today's big take, Katie. SoftBank's Masayoshi Son cannot pay enough to keep Vision Fund talent happy.
I cannot wait to talk about this story because it feels like SoftBank is invested in almost anything. It's going to be so fun to actually look behind the curtain.
I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Dan Primack at Axios years ago, but he referred to SoftBank as Japan's ATM because they were just giving out so much money to companies all around the world. We're going to have that story and more in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's get a check on the trading day. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. We are trading mixed right now. Do want to begin with a headline out of Canada. Just getting word from Canada's bank regulator, OSFI. That's the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. Canadian banks will be allowed to resume buybacks and dividend hikes. Among some of the big Canadian banks, Bank of Montreal trading lower by 0.8%. Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, CIBC, down 1.1%. TD, Toronto Dominion, down 0.3%. And RBC, the Royal Bank of Canada, trading lower now also by 0.3%. The Dow lower by 159 points, down 0.4%, but records for both the S&P and NASDAQ. S&P up 11 now, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ up 139, a gain there of 0.9%. As traders pair their bets on the pace of tightening by the Federal Reserve, stocks are on track for another record. Treasury yields are tumbling. 10-year up 24.30 seconds. 10-year yield 1.51%. Spot gold up 1.3%. 17.92 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.5% right now. 78.84 a barrel. Moderna today jolted the market with sales and earnings that badly missed analyst estimates. Moderna shares they're down now by 18.3%. OSHA has issued a federal rule mandating COVID-19 vaccinations or at least weekly testing for workers at American companies with 100 or more employees. Dr. Chris Baer is professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Our way out of this is going to be, of course, higher immunization rates. We still need to get there. Now we have approval, at least emergency use authorization in this country in kids. You're going to see that happening globally. That's the way forward, not the idea that there will be absolutely no cases, because it's unrealistic.
Dr. Chris Baer with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking the vaccine names that we track every day at this time. Pfizer down 2%. Its German partner BioNTech, its ADRs plunging now by 8%. AstraZeneca down 0.3%. Those are the ADRs. Moderna out of Cambridge plunging 18.3%. J&J Johnson & Johnson down 1.3%. Recapping, stocks are mixed. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ both at records. S&P up 11, up 0.3. 10-year yield 1.52%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, it's Bloomberg's Big Take today, the very best of Bloomberg's in-depth original reporting from around the globe. It's written by Jillian Tan, senior reporter at Bloomberg News. She joins us here in the New York City bureau. It's all about SoftBank's Masayoshi Son. He cannot pay enough to keep Vision Fund talent so happy. As the Japanese company prepares to distribute profits in December, some of its key startup investors have headed for the door. Jillian joins us now. Jillian, before we get into what exactly is happening at SoftBank's Vision Fund, can you give us an idea of how venture capitalist partners are traditionally compensated?
Yeah, so just also to just jump in, I worked on this with colleagues in Japan and London. I don't want to take it away from them. I wasn't the only author. But venture capital partners are traditionally compensated with up to 20% of carry, which is essentially a distribution of profits. So, for example, let's say way back in the day, if you were to invest in a company, let's say Facebook, and it went public and your fund were to make X amount, you would be entitled to roughly 20% of those profits.
And so what's different at SoftBank and how they actually compensate their employees, and why is that leading to these defections?
Yeah, so we have reported that since, I think, last March, there have been 7 managing partner exits, and the firm's sole senior managing partner is set to exit by the end of this year. One of the key reasons is they have an eccentric approach to paying carry, and what we've reported in terms of the December distribution, that's the first carry payment that any of these folks, or the folks who are left, should I say, are going to be receiving from the $100 billion Vision Fund vehicle. And if you think about it, these are names, companies that they've invested in include like DoorDash, Coupang, which is a big Korean company, Uber, Guardant Health, which is a healthcare company that's now public, just, dozens and dozens of companies that have now gone public that these guys and girls haven't seen any profits from.
I mean, there have been some misses too, though, most notably WeWork.
Yeah, WeWork and a little company called Greensill,
yes.
Which was a little bit of a disaster. But obviously, I think it's very clear, and SoftBank reports this, the Vision Fund is in the green. It just hasn't been really compensating its senior investment staff.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, whether this has, slowed SoftBank down at all, because, I was saying to Tim, it feels like they have a footprint in everything. It still feels like every other week I see a headline about a new investment that they're making.
Yeah, almost daily now sometimes it feels like, honestly. But no, it hasn't slowed them down. They're now investing out of Vision Fund 2, which actually has no outside investors. One key thing, Vision Fund 1 was backed by sovereign wealth funds out of Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi, whereas Vision Fund 2 is purely SoftBank capital and then also Master Sons capital.
Which is one of the reasons he justifies taking a large portion of returns from that, right?
Exactly, which is also why he, doesn't want to pay out of SoftBank's profits to staffers. He obviously wants to retain that for himself and also shareholders in the public company that is SoftBank.
Okay, so what do compensation experts tell you about what's happening here, and also where are these defectors going?
Yeah, so we spoke to a bunch of experts. Obviously, it's pretty clear if you don't pay enough, people aren't going to stick around. People are going to various places. One managing partner is starting his own new firm. Another 2 went to Gores Group, where they invest in companies, and they're sort of leading a SPAC effort across there. Another has left, I think, to write a book and is just, hasn't exactly said what they're up to next. And another one joined a company called Naspers, which is a big South African-based giant.
And just finally, in the last 20 seconds that we have with you, Jillian, it's not like they're not getting paid much if they're staying there, because junior and senior level salaries are high. They're $500,000 to $700,000.
Yeah, I know. For regular people, like regular Americans, and just like regular people around anywhere, these aren't small salaries. Cash salaries are obviously very high. It's just the carry. They would be expecting tens of millions that they're just really not getting at this point.
Well, it's a great story. Jillian Tan co-wrote it with 2 of our colleagues around the world. It's today's Bloomberg Big Take. Check it out on the Bloomberg Terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Jillian Tan, senior reporter for Bloomberg News. Let's head now to Denise Pellegrini for a check of the latest world and national news. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Tim. Well, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressing Democratic losses in yesterday's and Tuesday's elections, and she says voters might have been frustrated by lawmakers' failure to pass those social spending and infrastructure bills.
The more results we can produce in a way that people understand in their lives, the better it is.
So she says that it could be a boost if they pass them, and Pelosi speaking there with reporters. Coronavirus infections hitting record levels now in many countries across Europe, something we haven't heard for a while. The World Health Organization is describing the new wave as a grave concern. Republican Senator Rand Paul accusing the NIH again of funding research that was tied to experimenting with viruses in Wuhan, China, going after Chief Medical Advisor at the White House, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Here's an exchange between Paul, Fauci, and committee chair there in the Senate, Senator Patty Murray. Check this out.
You said it a month ago
Senator
in committee.
Paul, I have allowed Dr. Fauci to respond. You've had your time. I'm going to give him.
If he's going to be dishonest, he ought to be challenged.
Senator Paul, we will allow Dr. Fauci to respond after you've given accusations like that. Dr. Fauci.
Well, I don't have any more to say except to say that, as usual, and I have a great deal of respect for this body of the Senate, and it makes me very uncomfortable to have to say something, but he is egregiously incorrect in what he says.
And that exchange before the Senate Health Committee today, Dr. Fauci, meantime, also said it's impossible for any virus research the NIH funded to have contributed to COVID-19. And as we've been talking about, the mayor-elect of the Big Apple says he'll get his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin. He's promising to make the city the center of innovation. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, Denise Pellegrini, Tim Stenevec, and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie, when I saw this story cross on the Bloomberg terminal early this morning, I thought to myself, oh no, not again.
Yeah, high leukemia causing benzene level found in underarm sprays. This is from an independent testing lab. It filed a petition with the FDA late Wednesday, and it found that antiperspirant sprays from Procter & Gamble brands Old Spice and Secret contain the highest levels of benzene.
Yeah, the reason I said not again is because these sprays are just the latest in a string of aerosol products found to contain the cancer-causing chemical, including sunscreens and antifungals. Remember, earlier this year, J&J recalled certain aerosol sunscreen sprays under the brands Neutrogena and Aveeno. Then Beardsdorf AG recalled some Coppertone sunscreen sprays in September. Then Bayer pulled certain Lotrimin and Tinactin sprays used for athlete's foot after tests showed that some samples contained benzene. So another thing that consumers have to be cognizant of.
And there's so many things to worry about already. But yeah, it's been a bad year for benzene. It's interesting to see how this played out in the stock market because, again, they found that the highest levels of benzene were found in Old Spice, Secret. Those come from Procter & Gamble. And those shares actually fell as much as 1.9% today. Right now, they're only about 0.1% lower, though. So it seems, at least in the stock market, shaking them off.
Well, the efforts to get the contaminated products off of shelves, it came after Valisure, which is an independent testing lab based in Connecticut, alerted the FDA to its findings of benzene in sun care products back in May. Valisure found that products that contain butane were most likely to have elevated benzene levels. Those that use alcohol as a propellant instead were least likely to be contaminated with the carcinogen. Katie, I asked myself the question this morning when I was reading this, can they just use a different propellant, or do they need a propellant at all? Can they just use, old-fashioned like a pump spray, right, and still have the same effect?
It's a great question, and it'll be interesting to see if companies do move back towards that, given that, again, seems like benzene is a problem in a multitude of different products.
Yeah, regulators certainly going to be busy with this one. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Post-Fed pre-jobs report, stocks trading at records. We've got the S&P up 13 right now, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 148, up by 0.9%. Qualcomm helping lead the rally in technology. Qualcomm after earnings up 13.7%. The Dow, interestingly, on the minus side, dropping 164 points, down 0.5%. Traders have pared their bets on the pace of tightening by the Federal Reserve. Stocks on track toward another record. Treasury yields are tumbling again. The 10-year at 1.52%. Spot gold at $17.91 the ounce, up 1.2%. Gold up $21 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, $79.01 a barrel. Let's talk pizza. Shares of PZZA, that's Papa John's, up now by 11.2%. Papa John's International jumping the most since the early days of the pandemic after the pizza chain's results showed demand for delivery and takeout food continues to grow. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, it's the cover of the brand new edition of Bloomberg Business Week. It's available now on newsstands and at Bloomberg.com/businessweek. The cover, Joel, is all about 23andMe. It wants to use its customers' genetic data to beat cancer. The story is by Kristen Brown, and joining us now is Joel Weber, editor at Bloomberg Business Week. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Tim Annette, one of the editors on the piece, he's on the U.S. Healthcare team, and he's U.S. Healthcare team leader for Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone from New York City. Joel, 23andMe, a lot of people recognize the company headed by Ann Wojcicki as the company that you spit into a tube, you send it off, and you understand more about your own ancestry, your own family history. Have you done it?
I have not. And that was all, the genius part of this business is, I think Kristen's story goes into, is that a lot of people did, like millions of them. And when that project started 10 plus years ago, it was just about like, hey, where'd you come from? What's in your DNA? And it seemed really, innocuous, but there was a master plan all along. What was that master plan, Tim?
Go ahead, Tim Annette.
Yeah, sure. So the master plan was to become a pharmaceutical company, right? As we say in the story, Ann Wojcicki had this vision from the very beginning. She even wrote it down, and one of her investors had it framed, and they gave it to her later on. It's a remarkable story of consistency in a lot of ways. They sort of stuck to what their vision was, and now they are sort of in a position, now that they have all of this data from all of those people who have spit into those tubes, to move forward with it.
And so how does 23andMe actually execute that vision? How do they go from, sort of a fun service, you spit in a tube, you pay, and you analyze your ancestry, to, a full-blown pharmaceutical company?
Well, so it's a lot of science, right? Just like any drug company, they're going to have to go into the laboratory, and they're going to have to try a lot of things out. And as we know from pharmaceutical history, a lot of things that you take into the lab don't work out. It's a little better than 1 in 10 chance that any drug is going to get to the market from its initial conception. So 23andMe is betting that they have all this genetic data, and genetic data is very valuable because it can allow you to sort of take some shortcuts in that development process. You've got a lot of numbers you can crunch to try to find both things that you could possibly drug, right? Things that are, ailments or defects that drugs could target, or you could find ways to use old drugs for new things.
I don't think, Tim, that people who did this originally over the last decade realized that what they were doing was potentially contributing to a different vision of the company. And I'm wondering what the company says about that and how they reconcile that.
Well, I think, the thing that they say to people is that, we're a healthcare company, and we want to help you use the information that can be found in your genetic code to make you well, to make you better. And, I think the other side of this is that, thousands of people participate in clinical trials and everything. There are different levels of consent with these things. But they make the argument that we have this data and we can act on it and we can get things to you faster than others might be able to.
So this idea of using genetics to actually make drugs is basically untested. They're the first company that will be kind of doing this. And what's their pipeline look like, Tim?
Well, they've got a pretty good pipeline for a company that's been, sort of not doing this for a terribly long time. Over the past year, they were able to sort of double the number of candidates they're working on. They've got about 18 now. And bear in mind, this is at a time when, a lot of people were not working in an office. Their people were all spread out like many companies. And at the same time, a lot of drug companies were having trouble recruiting for clinical trials and stuff. So they've been able to sort of do a lot of this data work over the past year, even when other science has slowed down.
Go ahead, Katie.
No, Tim, you go.
It seems like, you guys write about this in this story, right? The valley of death between the idea of getting something approved versus actually developing the drug. It seems like another avenue that could happen is 23andMe gets bought by a bigger pharmaceutical company, and then that bigger pharma company can then use that data. Explain partnerships, how that's working, and how potentially some of the companies that it's partnering with could end up being competitors.
Sure. So they have a partnership with GlaxoSmithKline that is, these companies are working very closely together on treatments. But, in the competitive landscape of pharma, as we all know, there are lots and lots of deals that happen. Companies buying other companies, but also there's licensing deals, there are partnerships, there are many companies out there that remain freestanding companies that partner with rival companies on what are oftentimes their biggest selling drugs, right? So the commercial flavors of this could go in a lot of different directions for 23andMe. I mean, 23andMe is still a relatively small company in the pharma universe, right? They're like a $5 billion company right now. A lot of the biggest companies in the space are, 100 billion plus in market cap. So, they're a minnow for sure, and they're going to need help. But they're getting it from companies like Glaxo that do have mass and do have commercial know-how and production know-how and all of those things that, younger drug companies really need when they're starting.
And so still a small fish, 23andMe, but I'm curious, are there any other companies trying to do what they're trying to do, and do they have the same huge database that 23andMe has?
The company that has the most similar database is Ancestry, right? But they're not really doing this. There are lots of other companies out there that are using genetic therapies for different therapeutic purposes, right? Like you've got Moderna, for example, that its RNA technology is behind the COVID-19 vaccine. There are also companies out there doing things with gene editing, with CRISPR. There's a really interesting technology called RNA interference that a company called Alnylam is very big in. So there are a lot of different kinds of sort of genetic technologies out there that companies are trying out.
So, by the way, this Minnow was a startup, a spit tube startup. Now it's a publicly traded company. It went public via SPAC earlier this year. What does the market think about this company?
And Tim, we only have about 30 seconds.
I mean, they've done pretty well so far, right? They've grown since they did the SPAC deal, and
they're profitable.
They're profitable. I mean, they have a big commercial business, right? It has like Super Bowl ads and stuff. So that's the thing a lot of drug companies don't have is just some recognition.
Well, it's a great story. It's written by Kristen V. Brown. It's the cover of the new issue of Bloomberg Businessweek magazine. It's available now on newsstands and at Bloomberg.com/Businessweek. A big thank you to Tim Annette, U.S. Healthcare Team Leader for Bloomberg News. He joined us on the phone from New York City. Also joining us in the flesh here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studios, Joel Weber, editor at Bloomberg Businessweek. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio, and this is Bloomberg.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, November 4th. We've got the S&P fading, still in the green, though, at a record, up 8 right now to 46.69. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow is slumping 151 points, down 0.4%. NASDAQ at a record, up 118, up 0.7%. As traders pair their bets on the pace of tightening by the Federal Reserve, stocks are on track for another record. Treasury yields are tumbling. 10-year yield right now, 1.52%. Wall Street's looking ahead to tomorrow morning's jobs report with the latest Fed meeting out of the way. Stephanie Kelly is deputy head of the ASI Research Institute at Standard Life Investments.
The question we're most focused on and most interested in is how many people are coming back to the jobs market. We know that the demand for jobs is there. We've seen that through some of the survey data through the month. The big question mark is around how many people come back to the jobs market, because that's going to influence what full employment ends up looking like.
Of course, that number drops 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time tomorrow morning. Complete coverage and analysis that you've come to expect over the years once we get that data point again, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. AT&T and Verizon Communications will delay the rollout of fast 5G service on some airwaves after American aviation regulators raise concerns it might interfere with aircraft electronics. AT&T shares down 1.8%, Verizon down 2.6%. T-Mobile shares, they're up now by 0.5%. Papa John's International up the most since the early days of the pandemic after the pizza chain's results showed demand for delivery and takeout food continues to grow. Shares of Papa John's up by 11.8%. Recapping, S&P up 10 at a record up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenovic and Katie Greifeld in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie, this has been, I've heard several people say this to you around the office, call you the busiest person at Bloomberg today because you've been doing a lot.
Just for one day, I'm the busiest lady here, and the day kicked off at the Bloomberg Financial Innovation Summit. We had the opening panel where I moderated a conversation about the big picture of future of cryptocurrencies, and it is quite a big picture. So in this excerpt, you're going to hear MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor and Nick Carter, general partner at Castle Island Ventures, share their thoughts on Bitcoin ETFs.
First of all, I'm not concerned that a spot ETF is going to rehypothecate or lend their Bitcoin out. I think that that's going to be governed. So that's not a concern of mine. I think that the destiny of Bitcoin is, first, it's eating gold as fast as it can. And so it's going to grow to replace all gold ETFs in the next 2-3 years. And ultimately, it's going to emerge as the primary asset index for the Western world, which means it's going to replace the role of the SPDR, SPY, the S&P index. And to do that, you need the spot ETFs. And once these spot ETFs roll, I think you'll see billions, then tens of billions, then hundreds of billions, then trillions of dollars flow into them. And, the ETF will just hold the underlying Bitcoin as a custodian and serve as an important institutional on-ramp for institutional investors that want that monetary index exposure.
And Michael, you said spot Bitcoin ETF a few times there. I mean, is the futures-backed products that we are getting now, are they not the key to that?
Yeah, I think they're inferior offerings to a spot index, but they're the best that institutional investors can get right now. But clearly, the right answer is let investors buy $1 trillion worth of Bitcoin via an ETF, because the ETFs plug into the existing security structure, the existing prime brokerages, the existing collateral packages, et cetera. So I think if you're looking for an institutional catalyst, clearly the availability of a broad range of ETFs, especially spot ETFs that are trusted. And trusted, like if I bought $1 billion of this stuff and then the person running the ETF could rehypothecate it 14 times, that's not trusted. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to be allowed. So if I have a trusted, perfected spot ETF, I think it's going to grow rapidly and it's going to serve a purpose as the basic monetary index of the Western world.
And Nick, what's your opinion on that? I mean, in thinking about institutions in particular, how big of a catalyst is the fact that we finally have Bitcoin ETFs in the U.S.?
Well, unfortunately, the futures ETF is inferior. And if we got a spot ETF, I think it would be the hottest commodity ETF launch of all time, attracting probably well over $100 billion in assets within a month or so. But the current ETF we have right now is a shadow of that. And I believe it's a political restriction, which is limiting the market's ability to create this product that everybody wants. And there's functional spot ETFs in other countries. They work just great. And there's no explanation for the reticence at the top levels here to approve this product, which obviously should exist and would make life immensely easier for all types of different investors.
Well, if I asked you to explain that reticence among U.S. regulators, which I'm going to do right now, what's your best guess for why they approved a futures-backed ETF over a spot ETF? And I mean, what is the drawback? Because I feel like we've danced around why, the community really believes that a spot ETF would be better.
Well, because there's just, as you know, and you've reported on this very well, there's a significant cost, 10 plus percentage points associated with rolling a futures-based product, which introduces a lot of tracking error. The stated justification is that, the CME is regulated by the CFTC, I suppose, but there's plenty of other commodities that have markets which are spot markets and globally traded, and the SEC doesn't really have a problem with approving ETFs for those. They don't have a problem with approving Forex inverse natural gas ETFs either. So a lot of these complaints about investor protection ring completely hollow to me, and I think ultimately the motive is just simply suppressing the growth of Bitcoin.
Well, that was MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor and Nick Carter, general partner at Castle Island Ventures, from the Bloomberg Financial Innovation Summit earlier today. To check out more of that interview, go to BloombergLive.com. And Tim, it was a 30-minute panel. Spent a lot of time on ETFs because it's hard to talk about the big picture of crypto right now without, really talking about the fact that the U.S. just got its first Bitcoin ETFs.
Futures, right?
Futures, yes. Spent a lot of time on that too. And both the crypto community and the ETF community pretty bummed out that we don't have a physically backed spot Bitcoin ETF, but most would tell you it's at least a step in the right direction.
Is it going to happen? Is that what the experts are telling you?
That's a great question. So I did ask on this panel for their predictions. Didn't get a firm answer. I did ask Leah Wald. She's the CEO of Valkyrie at an earlier panel today. And her best guess, she said, was sometime next year. This isn't going to be a 2021 thing. The regulators, they're just feeling out the contours of their risk appetite.
Hey, 2022 is not that far away.
It's not that far. Every day it gets closer.
Okay, well, speaking of days that are getting closer, the Financial Innovation Conference at Bloomberg continues tomorrow. I'm doing a panel with Zach Prince,
I heard about
founder and
that.
CEO of BlockFi. Looking forward to that one. That one's happening.
What are you going to talk about?
Tomorrow morning. We're going to talk about the Bitcoin Rewards credit card that they offered and the activity that they've seen around it. This is a card that instead of getting miles back, you get rewards in Bitcoin. And the company has rewarded a lot of money back to its consumers in Bitcoin. So interested to hear if that's a first step with other products like that.
I actually don't know much about that. What time is that panel?
Just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, 10:40.
Okay.
10:25.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. I'll tune in.
Yeah, go to BloombergLive.com for details there. And you have one more tomorrow too, right?
No.
You're done.
I'm done.
You're done. That's
I
it.
had 3 today. I'm
Wow.
done.
Congratulations.
Thank
You are the
you.
busiest person here today.
Tired.
You're listening to Bloomberg Radio, and this is Business Week. Let's get a check of the latest world in national news. Denise Pellegrini standing by. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Tim, thank you. Well, winter is coming, and COVID infections are hitting record levels in many countries across Europe. World Health Organization describing the new wave as a grave concern. Eastern Europe turning out to be a big hotspot right now, and the U.S. is just about to open up to more travelers from Europe. That starts next week. Many Senate Republicans are starting the process to try to stop President Biden from enacting that new vaccine mandate rule for large companies, using a procedural tactic that would force a vote in 20 days. Republican Senator Mike Braun of Indiana is among those giving this a try.
This is probably the most frightening ultimatum that businesses have had to contend with, especially in light of the fact that most of them have not had issues with COVID because they put so many rules and guidelines in themselves to keep their employees and customers safe.
And Braun there speaking with reporters today. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi isn't suggesting there could be a vote in the House on the Build Back Better plan this afternoon social agenda, but she does say it could happen tonight or maybe later this week. Now, that legislation still running into a number of snags, though, with moderate Democrats. It's also stalled voting, as you know, on a bipartisan infrastructure bill. Here's Pelosi today.
I think many of you know I was really very unhappy about not passing the BIF last week. I really was very unhappy because we had an October 31st deadline.
Now, Pelosi does say if they have the votes, they could vote tonight. And the mayor-elect of the Big Apple says he'll take his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin. He's promising New York City will be the center of the crypto industry. And he says the city needs to build a pipeline of talent to support this.
Thank you so much for that update, Denise Pellegrini. Katie, would you go to space?
No.
No?
No.
Not even for free?
No.
Okay, well, I guess
if
you
you
don't...
paid me.
Okay, well, maybe you...
I know you would go to space.
Yeah, I would do it. Maybe you and Tom Hanks don't have that much in common.
I thought he said that he wouldn't pay $28 million to go to space.
But
I feel like we're spiritually aligned here.
He would do it for free, though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's get into this story. It is among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. Space tourism is too pricey for Tom Hanks. When Jeff Bezos offered the Oscar-winning actor the opportunity to board a Blue Origin flight, he told the billionaire it was too expensive, Hanks said during an interview on Jimmy Kimmel Live on Tuesday. The 65-year-old actor said he's doing well financially, but wouldn't pay about $28 billion for a 12-minute flight. More than $1 million a minute, Katie.
That is insane. But I love that we have this story because it answers the question that I've been wondering. You know, if we are talking about someone who does actually have the funds to afford to go to space, would they do it? And I mean, at least Tom Hanks is a no. But I love what he said. He said, we could simulate the experience of going to space right now. We could all do it in our seats.
It's also
perfect.
only 11 minutes.
Yeah, come on.
28 million, that is a lot of money no matter, I mean, I wouldn't say no matter how wealthy you are, but for even the wealthiest people, I think that's still a lot of money.
Yeah, the risk reward there. I mean, I don't know. Also talking about, just we're at different stages of life. Tom Hanks is 65 years old. He's had a wonderful life. He's traveled all over the world. I have a lot left to live, Tim. I'm not going to put it on the line for 11 minutes.
It sounds like, Katie, you're more worried about the safety. It does raise an interesting issue, though, about how much people are willing to pay, because the idea and what we saw play out in 2021 has been space travel being more accessible to people who are not astronauts. Yes, still the ultra-wealthy, but the promise of space tourism is that the prices of this will go down in the coming years so more people can do stuff like this.
I want to see how much it comes down because there's a lot of space between $28 million and what you would pay for a plane ticket.
Yeah, and I don't know how they bring the reusable rockets for Blue Origin and for SpaceX, but the cost can only come down so much.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, more space coming up. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Katie Greifeld, Tim Stenivek, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
facts, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got stocks trading at records. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, both pushing higher. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk. Lots going on. And with today's afternoon call, here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks trading mixed today with the Dow currently down 144 points. S&Ps are higher by 10. NASDAQ rises by 122. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.52%. Gold is up 22 points, but Bitcoin is down by 2.9%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and tech. Financials and healthcare were under pressure. Leaders to the upside, the Dow, Salesforce, and Merck, while Dow Inc. and Goldman Sachs led to the downside. After earnings, Moderna plunged 19%, Dish fell 14%, and Qualcomm rose 12%. In other news, NerdWallet opened at $23.18, was priced at $18, and Google invests $1 billion in the CME Group and struck a cloud deal. Wrapping things up, some of the names porting after the bell tonight include Airbnb, Datadog, First Solar, and Square. Live from the First Word breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type Squawk SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. So on Tuesday, Zillow stock tumbled after it stunned the real estate industry when it said it was shutting down its home flipping business after racking up losses. Katie, it had me thinking a lot about what that says about Zillow's model, also if it says anything about what's happening with residential real estate around the country. So a great time for us to check in with somebody who probably knows more about residential real estate than almost anyone we talk to, Dallas Tanner, the president and CEO of Invitation Homes. It has more than 80,000 homes. It's the largest owner of single-family rental homes in the U.S. right now. Dallas joins us on the phone from Dallas, Texas. Dallas, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Well, let's start with what happened with Zillow and perhaps how the Invitation Homes model is different. But what was your reaction when you saw that news from Zillow earlier this week?
You know, candidly, I was surprised, given the fact that the iBuyer space has continued to get more and more robust over time. You know, some of their competitors, I think, have done a really nice job managing inventory and the like. Now, with that being said, I couldn't tell you, we don't know all the details as to what happened. And Zillow has a pretty diverse business, right, in terms of some of the other services that they offer. So my guess is strategically, internally, they're probably looking at, you know, where their strengths and weaknesses were and ultimately made the call that they did. But with that being said, the housing market, its fundamentals, you know, the supply chain right now, the imbalance of supply that we have, quite frankly, relative to demand, are all lending itself to, you know, a market that feels really strong. And I think they said as much even in their earnings call.
So you didn't see the Zillow news and according to your own metrics and internal metrics that you see as any sort of canary in the coal mine about the housing market in the U.S.?
No, not for us. I mean, you got to think about the volume. I don't know their exact numbers in terms of how many of the homes they had on balance sheet. I'm sure it was somewhere between 10 and 12,000 or something like that. But that's such a small percentage of the 6.5 million resales that we see every year in U.S. single family. So no, I wouldn't look at it as a barometer of something that's going on in the marketplace. In fact, I kind of think the opposite. If you look at, you know, some of their competitors, if you look at our business, if you look at anyone really in single family, if you're a home builder or a SFR operator like we are, we're having record occupancy, 98% occupancy, record revenue growth because rents are so in demand right now in terms of having that flexibility of lease. And so we're actually seeing the opposite in our business.
And Dallas, the company said that back in February that it planned to spend at least $1 billion buying properties this year. And you touched on it, that just if you look at the housing market, the supply of homes, it feels like it's really dwindled and the housing market has just been on fire. So in terms of spending that $1 billion, has that been difficult to even find houses to buy?
In terms for our business?
Yeah.
Invitation Homes? You know, it's been interesting. We actually updated guidance this last quarter. We're going to be somewhere between $1.7 billion and $1.8 billion this year in terms of new acquisitions. So we've actually outperformed what was our initial, you know, kind of targets. Now, with that being said, yes, the market has some supply challenges. There's no doubt about it. Although we are seeing supply creep back into the resale market at a little bit better clip than we've seen historically. With that being said, it's still at an all-time low. You have interest rates that are still, I think I saw today, the 30-year is at just north of 3%. That's still really cheap money, cheap availability of finance for those that can qualify for mortgage. So it's actually, I think, keeping the supply pretty tight because home buyers, again, those 6.5 million resales we talked about, those are still going, 98% of those to end users would be my guess at the end of the day. So we pick our spots. We're very deliberate about where we invest capital and why. We have partners with a number of different home builders. We're helping bring new supply to the marketplace. So we've definitely kind of had to, be deliberate and really anchor in on our different channels for acquiring product. But we've been able to do it, albeit it is a tough environment, and we have to be, consistent in terms of our approach.
Dallas, is there a time or a price where you see homes in the United States on a whole becoming so expensive that you're no longer in an acquiring mode?
Well, there's always cycles, right? So you could certainly see at some point there could be a cycle where homes get too pricey based on your investment criteria of where you want to invest capital and why. Doesn't feel like that right now. We can still buy homes at a really attractive, what we view as our own cost of capital relative to the types of yields and things that we can find in the marketplace. Now, will that last forever? Time will tell. Trees don't typically grow to the sky, but I think the difference in our business, and it's very different from an iBuyer or from somebody else, is that our customer stays with us for 3+ years right now.
Wow.
They renew 2 or 3 times their lease with our business, and they actually love the service. They want to renew because they like the flexibility of a lease. Totally different than a home flipper or somebody that's just in and out of a marketplace really quickly. That's not our model. We're long-term investors. We're making decisions for 5, 10, 15-year horizons, and we want to make sure that we're offering a product that's sustainable. So the approach of the different business models are very different.
And so, Dallas, we have just about 30 seconds left, but you do have a big footprint in the western United States, Texas, Florida. Do you have any plans to expand outside of that?
Great question. Yes, 95% of our revenue comes out of the West Coast and parts of the Sun Belt. We love markets like Austin, Salt Lake City, Nashville that we don't currently have footprints in that could be potential, markets for us to expand into over time. We'd have to have a really good entry point and find a way to get the scale that's meaningful for the way that we like to operate our business.
Dallas Tanner, you've got to come back and spend some more time with us. A great conversation. President and CEO at Invitation Homes. The stock, by the way, Katie, has been on a tear this year, higher by more than 37%. Dallas Tanner joining us via Zoom from Dallas, Texas. This is Bloomberg Radio. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Senevic and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Katie, do you know what time it is?
It's a stressful time because I'm going to get this wrong.
Well, you and me both. That we have that in common. It means it's almost 3. It's a little after 3:30, I should say, and it means that Dave Wilson is going to be in the studio with us, where he just walked in. He's going to give us the chart of the day, the stock of the day, and of course the song of the day. We'll do our best to get it. Maybe a little help from Charlie Pellet, who's now going to give us latest business news as we get under a half hour away from the market close. Hey, Charlie.
Indeed, prior life used to be a DJ, so we'll give it a try. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, both advancing right now. In fact, we're looking at records on the S&P, up 12 points, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ up 128 right now, up 0.8%. The Dow down 120 for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That is a decline right now, just about 0.3%. Traders pairing their bets on the pace of tightening by the Fed. Stocks heading toward another record. Bond yields are tumbling tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30 a.m. Not so early, perhaps. We will be getting the latest jobs report, complete coverage, again, 8:30 a.m., and, of course, reaction right here on Bloomberg Radio, and, of course, Bloomberg Television will be all over that number as it breaks. Technology and retail shares driving gains in the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100 extending its rally into a 9th straight day. Let's begin there. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 0.8%. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index also at a record higher by 13 points right now, up 0.3. The Dow down 116, down 0.3. Moderna jolting the market with sales and earnings that badly missed analyst estimates today. Moderna shares, they are plunging. Right now, we do have Moderna trading lower. Moderna shares down now by 19%. OSHA has issued a federal rule mandating COVID-19 vaccinations, or at least weekly testing for workers at American companies with 100 or more employees. Dr. Chris Breyer is a professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And on Bloomberg Television this morning, specifically on surveillance, he talked about the difficulty in verifying who has got the shot and who hasn't.
Mostly we have been using kind of an honor system, but people are checking in a number of states immunization cards, immunization records against, for example, a photo ID to confirm that, first of all, you are who you say you are, and secondly, you are indeed immunized, and that's required, for eating in a restaurant in a number of places. But we have 20 states where governors have absolutely passed laws, signed laws against mandates and against the ability to confirm immunization status.
And Dr. Bearer with the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking some of the vaccine stocks that we track on a regular basis. Pfizer down 1.9%. Its German partner BioNTech, its ADRs down 8.1%. AstraZeneca's ADRs down 0.2%. Moderna plunging 19%. Johnson & Johnson down 1.2%. 10-year yield 1.51%. Spot gold up now by 1.3%, $17.93 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. This is Bloomberg. A little hint?
I mean, the title of the song is pretty darn obvious.
It's a classic.
It is a classic.
I've heard it before.
I wouldn't be surprised. Probably some dance party.
Some dance party. I don't know. I don't know what it is, though. I'm sorry.
I don't know either, Dave.
He kept saying the title like every line. Tighten up.
Tighten up.
Tighten up.
It was the biggest hit from a band from Houston, Texas called Archie Bell and the Drells.
Did you guys in the control room know that? No? Okay, Paul knew
Paul
it.
Brennan did,
Paul knew
yes.
it. He knows all of them, though.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy. Anyway, I mean, that song just came to mind because, today's chart is all about something that is definitely tightening up, and that would be the U.S. labor market. So it's focused in on the companies that work with businesses to try and fill positions. We're talking about staffing companies, human resources type companies as well. Now, they're all across the market cap spectrum, you might say. So the chart looks at something called the S&P 1500 Human Resources and Employment Index. And when you run the numbers on that, you see, going back to the lows of March 2020, that the index has tripled. Over that same period, the S&P Composite 1500, which is what you get when you pull the S&P 500 and mid-cap and small-cap indexes together, it's a little bit more than double. But the thing is, this group is one of the best performers in that time frame within this broader S&P Composite 1500. Now, I just bring this up because Sean Darby, who's the chief global equity strategist at Jefferies, was writing about, among other things, labor tightness and how it's proven to be a positive for these shares, and he still likes them. And professional services more broadly, that's the category that these HR and employment stocks fit into. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
So, Dave, the big question is, in the context of tomorrow's jobs report and what we heard from Fed Chair Powell yesterday, is how long this continues.
Exactly. Clearly from the outperformance of these shares, people are figuring that it will go on for a while, right, which is understandable, because what we have seen has lasted for a while in terms of, companies' inability to fill a lot of their open positions. You got numbers out of the National Federation of Independent Business as an example that shows you, basically that it's become much harder for companies to hire people. So, whether that lasts for a few more months or longer than that, still an open question. Nonetheless, much harder for companies to hire people. So, whether that lasts for a few more months or longer than that, still an open question. Nonetheless, it's proving to be a positive for these shares, and people are clearly anticipating that what we have now will last for a while.
Dave, before you go, give us your stock of the day.
A company that actually fits into this theme rather nicely, Cross Country Healthcare. Among other things, the company finds travel nurses, the ones that go from hospital to hospital, filling in as needed.
We've heard a lot about them during the pandemic.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, their latest quarterly results kind of off the charts relative to analysts' average estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Revenue for the third quarter beating the average projection by about 20%. Earnings 5 times the average. And it's not just the third quarter either. Their fourth quarter forecasts are similar in terms of what the company's expecting. Cross Country Healthcare, ticker is CCRN. The shares are at their highest price since 2002. And by the way, they basically tripled this year. They're headed for their biggest annual gain.
Yeah, stock as of today up more than 200% year to date.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, look for Dave's stock of the day just after 4:15 p.m. Wall Street time on Facebook, LinkedIn, and on Twitter @TheOneDave. Let's now get an update on world and national news with Denise Pellegrini in the 1130 newsroom. Hey, Denise.
Hey there, Tim. Well, the word is, if you haven't already gotten the COVID-19 vaccine, get ready to roll up your sleeve because tens of millions of Americans who work at companies with 100 or more employees will be required to be vaccinated against COVID-19. And we get more on what's happening now from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
Workers have to be vaccinated by January 4th or get tested for the virus every week. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration says companies that fail to comply could face penalties of nearly $14,000 per violation. These new requirements will apply to about 84 million workers at medium and large businesses. It's not clear how many of those employees are unvaccinated. A senior administration official says the agency would target companies only if there are complaints. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thank you, Amy. In Manhattan, the district attorney has convened a second long-term grand jury to hear evidence about the Trump organization's financial practices and potentially to vote on criminal charges. And this is according to the Washington Post, citing unnamed sources. And Eric Adams says he'll take his first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin, the New York mayor-elect promising that New York City will be the center of the crypto industry, along with other fast-growing innovations he's promising in the city. And he says New York needs to build a pipeline of talent for crypto-related jobs in the city. He says we can't have a situation where only one side is doing well. So Bitcoin also figures into the mayor-elect's plans to make more opportunities for everyone in Manhattan and the other boroughs. Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much for that update, Denise Pellegrini. I want to continue on a story that Denise mentioned just now. New York City Mayor-elect Eric Adams saying in a tweet that he'll take his first paychecks in Bitcoin. This is something that you and I have been eager to talk about today. He said, New York City is going to be the center of the cryptocurrency industry and other fast-growing innovative industries. He said, in New York, we always go big, so I'm going to take my first 3 paychecks in Bitcoin when I become mayor. What do you think? When he sent this tweet,
oh my gosh,
you sent it seconds after he sent this tweet. You sent this to every chat that I'm in with you. That's how excited you were.
I was really excited. It feels like my entire Twitter timeline exploded. I got an alert on my phone. I follow a lot of crypto people.
But why do you think they're so excited about this? Because Mayor Suarez did it.
Yeah.
What is this actually telling you something important about crypto in New York City? Does it validate it in a way that it hasn't been validated in the past? Like, look at all the institutional involvement.
Yeah.
That's pretty validating.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm like hesitant to make too much out of it.
Okay.
I feel like the fact that they're second to this, like people were pretty eager to write off Miami as okay. The mayor there, he's being eccentric. This is just like something for fun. The fact that New York City is doing it, I mean, maybe actually it does further that thesis that this is becoming more mainstream, a bigger part of everyday life. I do want to know why it's only the first 3 paychecks. It seems kind of arbitrary.
It does. It does. And it also shows, I don't know, he could just buy.
Yeah.
You don't have to take you could spend your paycheck on buying Bitcoin rather than getting your paycheck in Bitcoin, right?
Also, does this mean...
Can you do that?
I don't really know. And I want to know
Can New York City actually give you Bitcoin for your paycheck?
Well, that's the thing. Does New York City have to buy Bitcoin to pay the mayor now?
I don't know.
Oh, my gosh. Clearly we have some reporting to do.
We do. Michael McKee, our international economics and policy correspondent, he made a good point that at the current rate, it would be about 4.24 Bitcoin a year right now. But back in July, if he would have done this, it'd be about 8.66. So if he thinks Bitcoin is going to go higher, he could earn more.
It's a lot of inflation.
Don't say it. Transitory?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio, and this is Bloomberg Business Week.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Tape. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, both on the plus side. We're looking at records for the S&P, NASDAQ, and NASDAQ 100 index. Dow, Goldman, Verizon, all weighing on the Dow. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 100 points right now, down 0.3%. S&P at a record, up another 12 to 46.73, up 0.3%. NASDAQ up 114, up 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index extending its rally into a 9th straight day. Right now, the NASDAQ 100 index up 1.2%. Russell 2000, though, trading lower by 0.1%. 10-year yield 1.51%. We do have gold up 1.3%. Spot gold $17.93 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $79.09 a barrel. Recapping, stocks at a record with the S&P up 14, up 0.3. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. It's 3:48 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
Cryptocurrencies are famously volatile. Stablecoins remedy this volatility by tying their value to government-issued money. The problem is stablecoins aren't necessarily stable. It's often unclear what backs issuers' promises to redeem each token for $1. If doubts about issuers' finances arise, it could trigger devastating runs. This week, a working group headed by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen published a report that acknowledges this risk and calls on Congress to empower officials to address it. This would involve regulating stablecoin issuers as the bank-like entities they are. It would also entail limits on issuers' investments, minimum capital requirements, and safeguards against hacking and crime, among other things. Getting a grip on financial innovation is never easy, but this new report offers an excellent place to start. The sooner Congress and regulators act on its guidance, the better. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Opinion editorial board. I'm David Shipley. For more Bloomberg Opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPI and Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Under 10 minutes away from the market close on this Thursday, November 4th. Looking like we're headed for another record on the S&P 500, higher by 0.3% right now. Let's drive to the close with Eddie Perkin, Chief Equity Investment Officer for Equity at Eaton Vance, joining us on the phone from Boston. Eddie, how are you?
Good to be with you, Tim.
Hey, help us make sense of what exactly is happening in the markets right now. It sort of seems like, based on what we saw yesterday in the bond market and the equity market, while Fed Chair Powell was speaking, while that release came out, that everything was kind of perfectly communicated by the Fed.
Yeah, I do my best lateral thinking when I'm exercising, and I was in the gym yesterday thinking about Matilda. Matilda is the Roald Dahl book from 1988, made into a movie by Danny DeVito in '96, and the girl, the title character in that, has telekinetic powers and she can control objects. And I just thought, this is what the Fed's trying to do with the economy. They have this Matilda envy where they're trying to control every element of what's going on. It's such a complex, adaptive system, the economy, that I think there's a level of hubris there that's concerning. And I think investors have a form of Stockholm syndrome where they're happy to be fed this very explicit direction of how the economy is going to go from Chairman Powell and the Fed. And I worry about that a little bit because I don't think you can control something like the economy with that level of precision.
Well, Eddie, one message that Chair Powell really is trying to control is that he's really trying to separate the tapering timeline from the rate hike schedule. That, okay, pretty quick taper planned of their bond purchase program. He's trying to drive home the point that that doesn't imply any sort of timeline for the rate hike schedule. Do you believe him, and does the market believe him?
I don't believe him, and the market definitely does not believe him. I mean, you look at the futures curve for Fed funds futures, and it's between 2 and 3 rate hikes in 2022. Given where inflation is running right now, it's hard to imagine they'll be able to taper without raising rates. Goldman was out with a call earlier in the week that they think there'll be 2 rate hikes in 2022. I mean, it could end up being more than that. It was people like Bill Dudley, former New York head of the New York Fed, who said that once they do start raising rates, it'll have if you wait longer than you should, then you're going to have to raise rates by more than you originally intended. So I do think rate hikes are coming, and I think the equity market probably won't take that well. I mean, like we said a moment ago, the equity market investors, I think, are happy to be spoon-fed this talk from the Fed, but once rates start going up, that's usually not good for equity prices.
So what's the best way to be positioned here?
I think you need an element of defensiveness. My favorite sector right now is consumer staples. I think they, for the most part, not every company in that sector, but many have strong brands, strong pricing power. So as some of the input costs, freight cost pressures move higher, they can pass that through to their customers and still maintain good margins. And then I think commodities are going to be beneficiaries of inflation. So oil, which everybody hates for all kinds of reasons, has been the best performing sector this year, and I think it continues to move higher. You look at where the energy sector in the S&P right now is about 2.8% of the index. If you go back to 2007, 2008, when the oil price was around the same level it is now, it was 11% of the S&P. So there's a long way to go to get back to where we've been historically on energy and its contribution to the global economy.
And so, Eddie, you are the Chief Investment Officer for Equity, but I want to hear how you factor in the bond market. If I think back to the beginning of this week, there was a lot of consternation about the fact that actually bond volatility, it's pretty high right now if you look at the MOVE index, especially compared to the VIX, which has basically been sleepwalking. I mean, what signal do you take from that?
It's always a little bit concerning when different asset classes are telling different stories. Particularly as an equity investor, we get concerned when high yield spreads widen out. You're not talking about that. You're talking about rates. But you look at what's happened in Australia, where the front end of the curve has moved up significantly in the last month, and you say, maybe the bond market is starting to get a whiff of higher rates, higher inflation. I'm still not convinced the long end of the curve has to move as high as everyone seems to think. I mean, most investors are convinced that the long treasuries have to go higher if you've got inflation, but people have been making that call for 10 or 15 years, and it's been wrong. So I think you got to respect the market a little bit, and maybe you get inflation without the big move in government bond yields.
Okay, let's talk earnings, because we are in the midst of earnings season, and we are expecting certainly a slew of them after the bell: Expedia, Airbnb, Uber, Peloton, Pinterest, Carvana, Live Nation, Novavax, and Square, just to name a few. What is the pattern that has emerged when it comes to equity, when it comes to earnings from the S&P 500 companies that we follow so closely?
It's been a good earnings season. After today, we'll probably be about 85% done in terms of the market cap that is reported. Most companies have beat. In the U.S., companies generally beat because they're very good at guiding conservatively so that they can beat. The interesting thing, though, is the reaction of the market has been a little more muted than in the past. So unless companies have beat on both earnings and revenues, they've generally underperformed on the day of their earnings report. So the market's been very strong over the past month while companies have been reporting, but the specific individual companies that have reported have generally been met with at least a one-day underperformance, unless they've really blown numbers away.
Eddie, how do you feel about big tech right now? Because thinking about the earnings season ongoing, but I'm thinking about, Apple, Amazon, disappointing on that front. It feels like it's been a tough go for the FANGs. How are you thinking about that group?
I think there are better opportunities in the market. I mean, those are all great companies, obviously, but they're so well represented in the S&P in terms of their market cap that they're, every time people put money into an index fund, they're buying those stocks. I think, some of them are somewhat expensive despite being great companies. I do think, they are companies that have pricing power, have growth, and so they're good companies, but I think there's better opportunity elsewhere from a valuation perspective.
Eddie Perkin, we're going to have to leave it there. Chief Investment Officer for Equity at Eaton Vance, joining us on the phone from Boston. Eddie, thanks so much for taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Radio. Katie, we are just a couple of minutes away from the market close as we get ready to go to the close with our friends at Bloomberg TV. Take a quick look at the S&P 500 poised to close at a record higher by 0.3%, more than 15 points to the upside. The NASDAQ, the outperformer, though, of the three majors we follow, higher by triple digits, more than 0.7% higher, more than 114 points to the plus side. The Dow, though, lower right now by 66 points, down about 0.2%. As I mentioned, a slew of earnings coming after the bell today. We're going to hear from Peloton. We're going to hear from Airbnb. We're going to hear from Expedia. We're going to hear from Novavax. What am I missing, Katie?
I think you covered, there's like 15 different reports in the next 15 minutes, so it should be fun.
It's all happening. Well, coming up next, it's Beyond the Bell, our cross-platform coverage of the market close with our colleagues from Bloomberg TV. This is Bloomberg.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic, Caroline Hyde, and Taylor Riggs counting you down to the closing bell. Here to help take us beyond the bell. It's our global simulcast team, Tim Stenovic and Katie Greifeld, who I hope is going to be on her best behavior today, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide. Guys, Tim, this is an interesting day here because on one hand, you have a lot of risk sentiment here. Yeah. It seems to suggest people are all in, but there's a certain defensiveness tone to some of what we're seeing here. I don't know what you make of it.
Well, it's really interesting. I talked about this with Dave Wilson on our show earlier today, and he said if you look at the S&P 500 on aggregate, it's not really giving a full picture of what's happening because there are stocks at the high end making outsized moves like Qualcomm and NVIDIA up double digits, and stocks on the other side like Moderna down close to 20%. That's pulling things down. So we're seeing outsized moves, but it's not really reflected in the 0.3% higher that we're seeing it right now.
But if you do want to look at the indexes, obviously you see the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100 closing higher. The Dow, though, it's closing a hair lower. And that makes sense because if you look what's moving in the Dow, it's Goldman, it's JP Morgan, it's your financials. That makes sense on a day where you see yields drop like they have, Caroline.
This is a Taylor Riggs kind of a day. This is a rate of change kind of a day. But this is a me kind of day because it's all started in the UK. This is the Bank of England.
Pound on the screen.
Get the pound up, get your gilts up. Did you see the move there? But this is a global story of central banks perhaps pushing back on the hawkishness the market had built in.
Caroline, we saw that. I think you rightly nailed it, that's exactly where the BOE sort of kicked things off, taking the cues from the Fed and the non-bond markets. Take a cue from that. Romaine, I leave you below a 110 on the 5-year.
All right, below a 110 here on the 5-year. We're going to get to that in a second here, but we do want to break down the equity numbers here. The Dow Jones Industrial Average looks like it's going to finish the day relatively unchanged. It is in the red, down about 20 points or so as we wait for these final numbers to settle, but it looks like it's going to be a down day there, 36,126. S&P 500 is going to close at a record high, up about 0.4%, 4680, as is the NASDAQ Composite at 15,940, up about 0.8%. Of course, we saw a lot of the big tech names really move higher here, including NVIDIA, Amazon, Qualcomm, Microsoft at a record high, Tesla at a record high as well. Then you move to the Russell 2000 and you take a look at some of the smaller cap names, particularly in the material space, the energy space, and the financials, I should say, didn't really get a whole lot of oomph there. The discretionary names managed to keep the Russell 2000 somewhat afloat, but it's going to close basically flat on the day at 2402.
Yeah, the big tech companies, those among those with the highest market caps, really really setting the tone today. And you can see that in the fact that only 213 stocks of the S&P 500 advanced, while 290 declined. Still, though, the S&P 500, is that the 62nd record that it's closed at this year? I think I have that right.
Gosh,
That's 63. It's 63. But we're not really counting.
Okay.
Yeah. 135 on the British pound, by the way, here. We have a whole lot of earnings, of course, that we're looking at. I believe Expedia crossing the wire right now.
Yeah, kicking us off. Looks like it was a strong report for Expedia. Their third quarter adjusted EPS was $3.53. That is a beat. The estimate was for $1.63, so quite a big beat there. If you look at third quarter revenue, it came in just a hair below $3 billion, $2.96 billion. The estimate, again, was for $2.73 billion. And you can see shares moving higher post-market, up about 2.8% right now. And this stock fell about 3% in regular trading, so we'll see if we're able to erase that after hours.
I think we're going to continue to look at some of these earnings, Katie, and I think it's important to mention Expedia coming off of the strong bookings holding that we did. I think we're also going to be mentioning GRR as well. This is for the radio audience. We do this, right? The sector winners, some of the sector losers as well. And there is a lot of green on the screen here. As you can see, this is a year-to-date chart. I'm going to also, they can switch this up if they want in control room, make this a one-day chart, because there is some green, and it's some of the semiconductors that we're looking at, some of the retailing that we've looked at, and then on the bottom it's banks and it's real estate, something that we know about. Of course, well done, control room, on a day when yields are falling like this.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on shares of Novavax because they are moving slightly higher in after hours trading right now. The company coming out with earnings that for the third quarter that missed estimates. Revenue, though, coming in at $178.8 million. Estimates were at $334.7 million. Novavax's loss per share coming in at $4.31, so a miss there of $3.91 was the estimate.
Let's do Airbnb. Third quarter revenue, $2.24 billion. That's a beat versus the estimate of $2.07. They see their fourth quarter revenue coming in at $1.39 billion to $1.48 billion. That's basically in line with where the street had it at $1.43 billion overall. But Airbnb continuing to see adjusted EBITDA coming in ahead of expectations. So this is a story of a recovery of people wanting to get back out there, have nights, have experiences. In fact, 79.7 million were booked in the third quarter. That's actually down slightly from where the expectation was for 80.8 million. But still showing like that this is a company that is showing some recovery, but down after hours, Tim.
Yeah, investors not happy with this, despite the fact that third quarter revenue came in above expectations. Third quarter gross booking value, though, at $11.9 billion versus estimates of 12. A miss there. Interested in commentary from how we're going to hear. I mean, Glenn Fogel kind of talked about this when it came to booking. When kids get vaccinated, are they going to be venturing from these single-family homes that they're renting over to hotels more so? Interested to hear that from Airbnb execs.
We have a big miss for Peloton. And, of course, this coming as they actually cut their full-year forecast as well. First quarter revenue, $805 million. And the estimate had been for $809 million. Wow. They see full-year revenue $4.4 to $4.8 billion. Previously, they've been guiding to some $5.4 billion, and the street had wanted to see that too. So this is a company, connected bikes, of course, connected running machines, which they'd been cutting the cost of, feeling some supply chain impact. Yeah. They overall are taking steps to re-examine the expense base, and their operating costs, they say, remain. Yeah. But this is a company that is missing substantially and posting a bigger loss than expected.
Yeah, interesting. We've had a lot of companies reporting earnings that, of course, benefited greatly during the pandemic, and there's been a lot of concern as to how they would fare post-pandemic here. Pinterest, also one of those names here. Their 3Q revenue numbers coming in pretty much around what the street was looking for, 633 million. Active users at 444 million, which is a little bit lighter than what the street was looking for. They were looking for 462 million. Here's your EBITDA number. Everyone does EBITDA now, 201 million. The street was looking for 166.9. So pretty much a beat across the board. Not seeing any sort of forecast just yet here, but the share is up about 8.7% here on the day. Uber earnings crossing the wire as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. Third quarter adjusted EBITDA coming in just a little bit positive, 8 million. That's versus an estimated loss of about 15.4 million is the top third quarter revenue coming in at better than expected, 4.85 billion versus estimates of 4.4 billion. It is all about the outlook, as it usually is, and looking forward, a fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA, though coming in a little bit light here. This is interesting because the focus on that profitability shows just 25 to 75 million. Analysts were looking at fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA to be positive of almost 100 million, about 98.1 million. This is a company, Caroline, that had a high bar given the lift earnings that we had a few days ago. It is coming in just perhaps maybe a little bit light as you take a look at the forward profitability guidance.
So Uber, it's a miss. Pinterest, it's a miss. Well, Peloton, it's a miss, I mean. And let's look back at Peloton and what they're saying, because this is a company that they say they had softer than anticipated start to their second quarter, challenged visibility into our near-term operating performance. Therefore, it's leading them to recalibrate their fiscal year outlook. It's a company that still sees growth in subscriptions. First quarter ended connected fitness subscriptions are actually up 87% year on year. That's basically 2.5 million people. And paying digital subscriptions growing some 74%. But the growth in terms of revenue only up 6%, and this is not where people wanted to be seen. Question mark is whether how much demand has been brought forward due to the pandemic.
That's a great question. I mean, if you look at Peloton shares right now, they are just skidding out, down about 20%, just as traders digest that earnings. They've been out for about 3 minutes here. I mean, we'll see if this after-hour move holds, because I mean could be shaping up to be quite
and
a
Katie,
significant size.
just think about it. Peloton's already down about 40% on the year, a significant underperformer versus the rest of the NASDAQ. I think it's one of the worst performers. So this is just going to be woeful in terms of its stock performance for this year.
Yeah, quite a different story than where we were exactly a year ago with Peloton. Hey, I want to go back to Uber because shares moving lower by about 5% in after hours. We've been talking a lot about this week about drivers and to what extent these companies are able to attract drivers. Derek Khosrowshahi, the CEO, saying in a statement, quote, "Our early and decisive investments in driver growth are still paying dividends, with drivers steadily returning to the platform, leading to further improvement in the consumer experience. It's especially important as mobility reignites," i.e. people actually getting back out there and getting into cars again. Mobility gross bookings up 18% over the last 2 months, and this Halloween weekend surpassed 2019 levels, a reference back to 2019, a very important benchmark for all these companies remain that are reporting.
Well, you got the profitability they promised here. I guess some people still looking for some additional growth here. You add it all up and you talk about the declines that we're seeing in Peloton, Uber, and a few other names, Airbnb as well here. And it does make you wonder how some of the companies that had sort of been affected by the pandemic are going to adjust to this sort of post-pandemic world here. You got a good read on this here as well. We should point out none of these names, though, have pretty significant weightings in any of the major indices. So it'd be interesting to see if there's any sort of broader market spillover here tomorrow.
All right, well, that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage on Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio, and on YouTube. The earnings coverage continues on the other side. We will see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
We got to talk about Peloton. We have 40 seconds to do this, Katie. Look at this. Shares in the after hours down more than 20%.
Yeah, that is quite ugly. And like Caroline Hyde just said, I mean, this company is already down 40% on the year, so that's shaping up to be a huge loss. Is Expedia, though, now up almost 8% after hours after they beat?
It's your favorite because that's the one you were assigned.
I was assigned, and I executed.
Look, Peloton's going to be a big story in after hours. It's going to be a big story tomorrow. We're going to keep talking about it throughout the show today. We also expect even more earnings coming up in just a few minutes. We'll bring those to you live when we do get those as well. Shares of Uber also moving lower in after hours trading, despite the fact that investors got that EBITDA result that they wanted to see.
I know. I'm excited to dig into that as we move through the show, because that's quite a spike lower.
Well, for now, an update of world and national news. Denise Pellegrini standing by. Hey, Denise.
Hey there, Tim. We have growing pushback to the Biden administration's new COVID vaccine mandate. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says Florida will join Georgia, Alabama, and some private plaintiffs to file suit against this move.
This is a rule that is not consistent with the Constitution and is not legally authorized through congressional statutes.
And under the Biden administration order, American companies, federal contractors, and healthcare facilities must begin enforcing vaccine mandates on January 4th, and that's for companies with over 100 employees. There's been no special announcement on a voting timeline for President Biden's social spending agenda, also known as the Build Back Better bill, but there is more talk about it today. And some sources tell ABC in a closed-door meeting that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she wanted to schedule a vote this week, maybe even today, but she's suggesting she does not yet have the House votes that she wants. Both the social spending bill and the bipartisan infrastructure bill need to come up for a vote at basically the same time in order for them both to pass. And Democratic Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas indicating they just might need more time to do this.
There are a lot of time between tomorrow and today. So we don't shy away from work in this caucus and in this House under Speaker Pelosi's leadership. So you need to watch the timing, and we expect to work as hard as we can to get this done.
And Lee commenting there to reporters. And we're watching the travel industry. Basically, if you're thinking of booking a flight, you better book it fast. A lot of airlines talking about a big surge, especially for international travel as the U.S. gets ready to lift some of those travel restrictions. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
Thank you so much for that update, Denise Pellegrini, Tim Stenovic, and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. We're continuing to digest the deluge of earnings that we saw after the markets closed. Let's go back to Peloton because shares, Katie, now down more than 22%.
Yeah, this is turning into one of the biggest decliners in the NASDAQ 100. It's going to be interesting to see how much of a weight that is tomorrow, because tech was the leader today, but man, that is an ugly number from Peloton, cutting their full year forecast.
Yeah, the company lower is also seeing full year gross margin at 32%. The quarterly revenue projection for the quarter that we're in right now missed estimates. We saw another missed estimate when it came to connected fitness subscribers. The company says the start to the second quarter is, quote, softer than anticipated. The company cutting its full year revenue forecast to $4.4 to $4.8 billion. Shares continuing to plunge, still down 22.6%.
Let's talk about Uber too. I mean, because you're seeing quite a big after hours reaction there. The stock down 5.2%. That's even though this was its first ever profit on an adjusted basis. Yeah. A profit nonetheless. And also its gross bookings were at an all-time high of $23.1 billion.
Okay. You have to wonder, though, how much of this was baked into the company's stock price because of what we saw with Lyft just a couple of days ago. And oftentimes, and we'll ask Mandeep about this when he joins our program a little later, because he covers both of these companies. But we did see an outsized move from Uber as a result of Lyft's release earlier this week. So I wonder if that result was baked in.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, still quite a reaction.
Yeah.
And I mean, let's just briefly talk about Expedia, because shaping up into a nice after hours move for them, up 7%. They beat on revenue. That follows a beat from bookings yesterday. Maybe that's a good signal to take into tomorrow's job report about just the state of the economy. And people are traveling again.
They're getting back out there. More and more people are getting vaccinated. A quick check of Square, which is down about 2% in post-market. Third quarter revenue for Square missing estimates as well. More earnings in just a few minutes. This is Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Earnings fast and furious after hours. Peloton shares getting a workout. It has cut its annual revenue forecast by as much as $1 billion. It has lowered its projections for subscribers and profit margins, underscoring its struggles to adjust to a post-pandemic economy. Peloton Interactive shares, they are plunging now by 22% after hours. Uber reported its first ever profit on an adjusted basis as a public company, boosted by a recovery in ride-hailing and sustained demand in its delivery business. But Uber shares, they're down 5% after earnings, slumping after its fourth quarter outlook missed estimates. Airbnb reporting record sales and earnings that did beat analyst estimates. Airbnb up now by almost 3%. Also reporting after the bell, the insurer AIG, it's out with adjusted earnings per share for the third quarter that did beat the average analyst estimate. A day of records on Wall Street. In fact, the NASDAQ 100 is notching its longest winning run this year, up 9 in a row. Let's begin with the NASDAQ 100 index up 1.25%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 128, up 0.8%. Worth pointing out that year to date, it is up now by 23.6%. To put that in context, the S&P 500 index is up 24.6% year to date. Today, the S&P at a record up 19, up 0.4. The Dow fell 33, paring its losses into the close, down by 0.1%. 10-year yield 1.52%. Spot gold up 1.3%, $17.92 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, $79.21 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, our audience is very familiar with our next guest. He was the CEO of Google for a decade, as well as executive chairman. He's a philanthropist. He's also the co-founder of Schmidt Futures, and he's the co-author of a new book. It's called The Age of AI and Our Human Nature. Eric Schmidt joins us now on the phone from New York City. Eric, how are you?
Thank you, and I'm great. I'm so glad to see things going so well in the market.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. It's sixth day of record, or sixth day, I should say, higher in a row for the S&P 500. Hey, let's talk about the book and The Age of AI and Our Human Future. You co-wrote it with Henry Kissinger, as well as Daniel Huttenlocher, the inaugural dean of the MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. Explain how this book came about.
Well, Dr. Kissinger, when he was in college, which was before all of us were born, 75 years ago, wrote his undergraduate thesis on Kant. And Kant had invented this whole theory of whether objects were real or how did we perceive them. And he had been interested in how virtual worlds would emerge, although he couldn't articulate it the way we do it today. And when he visited Google and then subsequently talked to some of the AI folks, in particular a guy named Demis Hassabis, he realized that we're busy building the world that he thought about, but we're building it as technologists and without the basis of any kind of philosophy. So he set out with myself and Dan and a few others to kind of think through how do we address these technologies? And we concluded, and this is the headline, is that this change in the next 5 to 10 years is the beginning of an epochal change in human history, similar to the age of Reformation, or age of reason, where we went from the age of faith, where people basically just believed that whatever God said was correct, versus the notion of having reason. And the world where we're going to have ourselves and then inanimate, non-human intelligences helping us is a very different world than the one we're in today.
And bridge the gap between the world we're in today and the world we're heading into, where AI is a bigger part of it. Because, you know, when I think about AI, I struggle to think about how it will transform my day-to-day life. So if we go down that path, 5, 10, even more years into the future, I mean, how do you see this shaping the world around us?
Well, most people, when they think about AI, they think of a killer robot, and that is precisely what
I wasn't going to say that, but yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is that you will have assistants. Today, you have an assistant in the form of Google. You have recommendation engines and so forth. Those are all AI powered, by the way, the translations and so forth. That all works very well. what will happen in the next 5 or 10 years is you're going to have conversational assistants that are human-like, that you can ask questions and can make recommendations, and more importantly, generate new things. In our book, we talk about the achievement of AlphaGo, where computers developed new game strategies for a game that had been played by humans for 2,500 years that had never been discovered by humans. We highlight the discovery of a new antibiotic that could never have been done without using supercomputer analysis with human collaboration to look through all the choices to find a new antibiotic that saves lives. And we also talk about these new language models, which are these immense systems where we build them and then we don't know what they know and what they really think. And it's called GPT-3. These are the beginning platforms of a transformation of the world around us. So to answer for you specifically, you're a reporter, you're in the news, you're inundated with information. Everyone is going to be pushing more and more stuff to you. You're going to be inundated. You're going to need a digital assistant that will help you prioritize what you need to do in your work as well as your whole life.
Okay, that sounds better than a killer robot.
Absolutely.
So to that end, you write in the preface, along with your co-author, is that the three of you differ to the extent in which you're optimistic about AI. Where do you fall in that?
Of the three of us, I'm the most optimistic, I think, because in my world, in my experience, we have these enormous opportunities with enormous downsides, and somehow we muddle through. If I told you that social media would become the primary attention source and information source for the most of the world, you'd say, great. What I didn't realize when we did social media, it would also be used to manipulate elections and manipulate people through falsehoods and misinformation and so forth. We're working on the latter. So when this next generation of much smarter systems come along, we better have a notion of what their ethics are. What are they promoting? When you put one of these things with your kid, who's obviously developmentally vulnerable, what happens if the thing has a hidden bug in it, like it's slightly racist or it has the wrong values? Every once in a while it says something inappropriate. Do you really want your child exposed to that in such an important role where this is the child's best friend because they rely on them? This is an experiment in human existence that we are now running that we've never run before. We've never had a technology that was both imprecise, dynamic, emergent, and learning. It's learning while your kid is using it.
Well, Eric Schmidt, stick with us. He's the co-founder of Schmidt Futures, also former Google CEO and chairman. He's the author of The Age of AI and Our Human Future. We're going to come back to him in just a few minutes. We're going to do some news, and then we're going to be right back with Eric Schmidt. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenevec and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to get back to our conversation with Eric Schmidt, the co-founder of Schmidt Futures, also the former Google CEO and chairman. He's the author of The Age of AI and Our Human Future. He wrote that along with Daniel Huttenlocher and Henry A. Kissinger. In the meantime, a check of what's going on in the world of business news. Here's Charlie Bell.
Thank you very much. There is plenty going on after hours, Tim Stenevec. This update brought to you by Anshin, accountants and advisors. Complicated times call for proactive advisors who help increase cash flow, minimize taxes, and create long-term strategies for the future of your business. Visit Anshin.com. We begin with Peloton Interactive. It has cut its annual revenue forecast by as much as $1 billion. It has also lowered its projections for subscribers and profit margins, underscoring its struggles to adjust to a post-pandemic economy. Shares plunging after hours, down by 22%. Lots of Bay Area companies reporting earnings after the bell. Pinterest up 7%. It reported stronger than expected profit and revenue that met analyst estimates. Uber Technologies reported its first ever profit on an adjusted basis as a public company, boosted by a recovery in ride-hailing and sustained demand in its delivery business. Airbnb reporting record sales and earnings that beat analyst estimates. Also after the bell today, we did hear from Shake Shack. Shake Shack shares sizzling, up 3% after a third quarter revenue beat. Now, as for the markets and the interest rate backdrop, Eddie Perkin is Chief Investment Officer for Equity at Eaton Vance, and he was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I do think rate hikes are coming, and I think the equity market probably won't take that well. I mean, equity market investors, I think, are happy to be spoon-fed this talk from the Fed, but once rates start going up, that's usually not good for equity prices.
And today, traders were paring their bets on the pace of tightening by the Fed. Stocks climbed to records. Bond yields tumbled. Let's begin with the 10-year, 1.52%. S&P at a record, up 19, up 0.4%. NASDAQ at a record, up 128 points, up 0.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index at a record, up by 1.3%. A retreat, however, for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down 33 points, down 0.1%. Spot gold up 1.2%, $17.91 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, $79.24, back below $80 a barrel. Recapping records on Wall Street again with the S&P up 19, up 0.4. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Let's get right back to Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO and chairman, also the co-founder of Schmidt Futures. He's also the co-author, along with Dr. Henry Kissinger and Daniel Huttenlocher, of The Age of AI and Our Human Future. Eric, I want to talk about the metaverse in the context of last week's rebranding of Facebook. Now Facebook is known as Meta Platforms, Inc. Mark Zuckerberg said last week it's now a metaverse-first company. Indeed, if you open up Instagram now, it says, instead of saying Instagram by Facebook, it says Instagram by Meta. What is the relationship between AI and the metaverse?
Well, the metaverse needs to be defined. As you know, the term was coined in 1992 by Neil Stephenson in a famous science fiction book. And most of us think that the metaverse is a world where, sort of similar to the movie Ready Player One, where you would move into a digital world that's everyone's smarter, more beautiful, faster, it's more fun, and it's really enjoyable. Facebook has not built that product yet. And so we have to assume that that's their direction. But it seems to me that changing the name of all of Facebook, which is 100,000 people and an enormous business, based on products that have not been announced yet, is a pretty big decision. And we'll see. Let's see how the products play out.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how that plays out at Facebook, now Meta. And I love the movie Ready Player One. I don't know if I would want to live there, though. But it's interesting following this announcement from Meta Facebook. I mean, you've seen Microsoft detail their plans for the metaverse or their ambitions there. NVIDIA soared today after Wells Fargo said that there's an opportunity for that company in the metaverse. Is this a new buzzword? I mean, are we going to see every company try to jump on this bandwagon?
Well, I think I would rather have them go back to hype AI, because AI, I understand what that is, and it's going to transform their businesses in an enormous way. What I think of as the metaverse is something very interesting and very powerful. It's a natural next step. I've been involved in various projects associated with it for more than 30 years. Perhaps its time has come. I was in a meeting last night where one person said that what will happen is Facebook will use its significant cash and engineering resources to build this world using its identity services and so forth and so on, but that there will be a competitor set of metaverses that will be based on a technology known as Web3, which is a crypto platform, which has different economics, different power structures, different leaders. I think we don't know who the leaders are going to be. What's exciting about this metaverse idea, once again, the marketing ahead of the reality, is that it's another example of how the industry moves forward. In our book, we spent an awful lot of time talking about this new set of platforms that are being built in AI and their impact on society. The metaverse, if it is successful and if we ultimately understand what it is, may have huge impact on our education systems, the way we live, and so forth. That doesn't mean Facebook will be the leader, but probably somebody will be the leader in that space.
Well, speaking of Facebook, in the wake of Facebook's rebrand to Meta platforms, a lot of the commentary is focused around the Facebook brand and the idea that it's under scrutiny from Democrats and Republicans over what it did in terms of censoring or not censoring content or promoting hate speech on the platform. Our audience is very familiar with the articles that came out as part of the Facebook papers recently. Eric, I'm curious because you're widely viewed as coming in as the, quote, adult in the room when it came to Google. I'm wondering if Facebook needs an adult to come in right now.
Well, in fairness to Mark and his team, they're now proper adults. Maybe they were, young when they were founding the company, but they've earned the right to drive in the way they are. I think we can debate their decisions. One way to understand the problem in social media is you want to maximize revenue. And by maximizing revenue, the best thing to do is to maximize engagement. By maximizing engagement, the best way to do that is with outrage. So guess what? You get more outrage because outrage drives attention, attention drives revenue, and the companies are seeking that. And the AI systems are optimized for that. You shouldn't be surprised we got what we got. When I was CEO of Google, we faced similar choices, and we made a decision, which was a collective decision, that we would take some of the gains to revenue, but some of it to quality. That's a different company's decision. If I were doing Facebook today, I would have a hard decision in front of me, which is I want to improve the quality of my users' experience. And frankly, peddling misinformation and manipulating people is not a high-quality outcome. Yeah. They've got to figure out a way to address that.
Eric Schmidt.
If they don't, they will eventually face some form of regulation.
Eric Schmidt, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. His new book, The Age of AI and Our Human Future, co-written with Henry Kissinger and Daniel Huttenlocher. Eric Schmidt, the co-founder of Schmidt Futures and former Google CEO and chairman. Now a check of world and national news with Denise Pellegrini.
All right, well, we have this hothead just crossing the terminal now. Portugal plans to hold snap election. That'll be the end of January, and that's according to the president of Portugal. In the U.S., growing pushback to the Biden administration's new COVID vaccine mandate. This comes from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says Florida will join Georgia, Alabama, and private plaintiffs to file suit, and he's questioning the need for the vaccine mandate altogether.
I think it's interesting that this is being done under the guise of emergency power. This was announced 2 months ago, and it said this is an emergency and that this is grave danger is facing. Then why did it take you 2 months to issue the rule?
And so that's Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, with reporters. And under the Biden administration order, American companies with over 100 employees, federal contractors as well, and healthcare facilities must begin enforcing vaccine mandates on January 4th. Preparations are underway for the transition of power in Virginia. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham among those weighing in today on this week's GOP election wins, including Republican Glenn Youngkin defeating his Democratic opponent in the Virginia governor's race. And here's Lindsey Graham on that.
I want to help people, but the federal government is on a march here to take over everything. And I think people are saying, whoa, time out. I know you want to help me. The best way you can help me is let me make more decisions, not less.
Meantime, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia is warning progressive Democrats not to go so far with their $1.75 trillion social spending plan. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
Thank you so much for that update, Denise Pellegrini, Tim Stenivek, and Katie Greifeld live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie, we are still making our way through earnings right now, watching shares of Airbnb. That company reported earnings after the bell. Square reporting earnings after the bell. Peloton down significantly after a very poor quarter and changing its guidance. But I want to talk a little bit about Airbnb, because a new story by Olivia Carvel, who's been all over the Airbnb beat, is among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal. It's called "The Airbnb Queen Says That She's Caught Up in the Platform's New York Feud." Airbnb declared a ceasefire, last year for its long-running feud with New York City over short-term rentals. But for Martine Lacroix, the self-proclaimed Airbnb queen, the bullets, well, they're still flying.
Yeah, and so just for some context, Airbnb had spent years sparring with the city, both in courtrooms and council chambers, over a state law that forbids rentals of most apartments for less than 30 days. And so New York City had actually sued this Airbnb queen for running in what they called an illegal hotel empire in violation of what she calls that petty little law.
Yeah. The year after the agreement was reached, the summons was duct taped to the front door of Lacroix's apartment in Hell's Kitchen. It said the mayor's office of special enforcement was suing her for allegedly running an illegal de facto empire, as you mentioned. I think this really raises the question of Airbnb's relationship with different cities and different states. And it's one the company is really, it's done a really good job navigating big picture if you think about its impact around the world and where it's been able to flourish. At the same time, it's been accused of driving up real estate prices in areas because people buy these homes just to rent them out, and that displaces people who live there. And it's unclear what exactly the right thing to do is when it comes to Airbnb. I remember I was in Canada a few years ago, and the Airbnb host was like, "Do not tell anyone you're staying in an Airbnb," and he made sure that we kept it a secret.
Wow, spooky.
Yeah, I know. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We continue to monitor the sell-off in Peloton Interactive After Hours. Shares now down by 28%. Peloton has cut its annual revenue forecast by as much as $1 billion. It has also lowered its projections for subscribers and profit margins, underscoring its struggles to adjust to a post-pandemic economy. Again, Peloton After Hours plunging by 28%. Uber reported its first-ever profit on an adjusted basis as a public company, boosted by a recovery in ride-hailing and sustained demand in its delivery business. Uber shares down now by 2.8%. It is slumping after its fourth quarter outlook missed estimates. And Airbnb reported record sales and earnings that beat analyst estimates. Airbnb up now by 4%. The Dow lower today, falling 33 points, slumping 0.1%. S&P at a record, up 19, up 0.4%. Nasdaq surging to another record, up 128 points, up 0.8%. Qualcomm giving a boost to tech shares today. Qualcomm up by 13.7%. 10-year yield 1.52%. Gold up 1.2%, $17.91 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%, $79.47 a barrel. Traders were paring their bets on the pace of tightening by the Federal Reserve. Stocks climbed to another record. Bond yields slumped. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, we heard Charlie mention some of the numbers. Shares of Uber lower right now by 2.4% in after-hours trading. As Charlie mentioned, the company reporting adjusted EBITDA of $8 million, that beating an estimated loss of $15.4 million. The company, though, seeing fourth quarter adjusted EBITDA $25 million to $75 million. Estimates were for $98.1 million. With us now is Mandeep Singh, senior tech industry analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Mandeep, you've had a few minutes to digest these earnings. What sticks out to you?
Well, so clearly bookings was a miss, and the reason I feel they missed on bookings is because they expanded their take rate. So in the last few quarters, what we have seen was bookings was growing faster than revenue, and the take rates were coming down.
Explain what take rate means.
Take rate is really the percentage commission that Uber gets out of that ride. So if they're charging a consumer $50, then they are keeping 20% of that $50, which is really $10.
Is that something that moves based on how difficult it is to attract drivers?
Yes. So until 2Q, we saw drivers' supply was in shortage, and I think they had to use subsidies to attract drivers, which means lowering their take rates. This quarter seems like the driver shortage wasn't a problem, and they were able to grow their take rates, but maybe it discouraged people from taking Uber versus Lyft because of the higher prices, and that is what is reflected in that bookings miss. But it's just at the mobility level. When you look at the delivery side, the take rates expanded as well, which means they're charging the restaurants also more compared to what they were charging before. And maybe DoorDash may have taken some share on that delivery side as well. So net, I think they wanted to be EBITDA profitable, so they really kind of pulled that take rate lever, but they ended up missing slightly on that gross booking side.
Man, really interesting to hear that maybe they're having less of a difficult time attracting drivers. I mean, everything has me thinking about the jobs report tomorrow morning, but I want to talk about Lyft, because Lyft reported earlier this week, much different picture, much different stock market reaction. And before the segment started, you said, this is basically a duopoly. So how are we seeing a bit of a divergence there?
Yeah, so clearly Lyft has recovered much faster to the pre-pandemic levels. It's about 80%, 85% of its pre-pandemic levels, whereas Uber is around 75%. And what Lyft has done better is really fix their cost structure. So their cost structure is not as bloated as Uber's is, simply because Uber is subsidizing its delivery and freight expansion from its mobility business. So, I mean, what we are seeing them, going aggressively after the delivery market, but really using the EBITDA profits from the mobility segment, where a duopoly is a good thing for the market, but the delivery side is much more fragmented, and they have to use those subsidies.
Mandeep, forgive me if you haven't had a chance to look at this, but when I think of Uber and the difference between Lyft and Uber's business, I don't not only think of the difference in terms of food delivery versus not, but also the regional differences, and that Uber has much more of a global footprint, despite the fact that over the last few years under Dara Khosrowshahi, it has divested from some of those countries and some of those continents. Indeed, what do we know about how different parts of the world are reopening based on Uber's results?
Yeah, so they do give disclosures geographically. I think U.S. region grew 66, Latin America was slow to recover. But in terms of take rates, there isn't that big of a difference. And the mobility side continues to do well globally. It's the delivery side that is not profitable, and they're finding it hard to make it profitable, and that applies across the board, no matter whether it's U.S. or outside U.S.
I mean, a lot of competition.
A lot of local competition, and that is what is hurting them.
Okay, so delivery business still not profitable. It did manage to narrow its losses by about $149 million from the second quarter. I mean, is this ever going to make money?
I mean, look at their scale, right? So delivery business is an annual run rate of $8 billion. Show me one company that's $8 billion in revenue and it's struggling to turn a profit. And a company of Uber's size, $15 billion in net revenue, they are just turning profitable, adjusted EBITDA. Like, it's a tough business. I mean, at the end of the day, these are commoditized services, and then there's a big regulatory overhang. And that makes it super tough, you know, just to manage the cost structure. And I think, I don't know, jury is not out yet, but their expansion to delivery helped on, like, during the COVID times. But maybe it wasn't such a good idea to kind of jump into delivery.
Okay, Mandeep, we love having you not just to talk about Uber and Lyft, but also we want to hit on some of the other companies that you cover. Airbnb reporting earnings after the bell, beat on the top line for third quarter revenue. The company sees fourth quarter revenue coming in pretty much within estimates. The stock moving higher in after hours, right now higher by just about 0.9%. Takeaways from what you know about Airbnb.
Great marketplace business. Talking about cost structure, their cost structure is so much better. I mean, it's an 80% gross margin compared to 30 to 40% gross margin that Uber has on the delivery side. And look, it's a direct mobile app business, so they don't have to spend a lot of money to acquire customers. Even supply acquisition, once you onboard a property, that's it. You don't have to continuously invest in supply acquisitions. And they have been one of the pandemic winners. Alternative accommodations as a category was new to a lot of people, and suddenly everybody is using these alternative accommodations. So they should continue to do very well, both on the top line and the margin front.
Well, that's so interesting because, like you said, I mean, Airbnb, it was one of those pandemic favorites, and we got a report from another pandemic favorite today. Peloton did not fare as well. Shares down quite a bit at this moment, I think 25% after hours. I mean, why doesn't Airbnb have staying power when you see, again, those other pandemics, Peloton, Zoom, really falling out of favor now?
Yeah, so reopenings is a nice tailwind for Airbnb. Airbnb benefited during the pandemic, and with travel resuming, this is such a nice tailwind for them and for all the other travel marketplaces, but more so for Airbnb simply because of its size and scale in that alternative accommodations business.
Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Industry Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, was this in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I know you got a lot of work to do tonight, Mandeep. We're going to let you get back to that. Speaking of a lot of work to do, Joe Matthew is live in Washington, D.C. with a preview of what's coming up on Sound On. Hey,
I
Joe.
did have to check this morning. It was a long day yesterday, guys. Yes, absolutely. We're going to be joined by the ranking member, the highest ranking Republican on the Ways and Means Committee, as we just got a big tax event in place. This is Bloomberg Radio.